FM, Hagaya, Guam. You're listening to The Link with Chris and Sabrina on Breeze 93.9.
I can't believe that it's real. I can't believe that it's real. The way that you make me feel. I'm burning deep down inside. I love that I cannot hide. I know with you I regret. Which makes this where I go round. And keeping you in love with me, baby. Letting all my troubles down. Well, here I am, baby. Come and take me. Here I am, baby. Won't you come and take me? Take me by the hand. Who'll show me? Here I am, baby. Huh. It always ends up this way. Me begging you every day. I love that I cannot have. You broke my heart into half. Say, I know it's you I regret. Which means this where I go round. And keeping you in love with me, baby. Letting all my troubles down. Oh, here I am, baby. Come and take me. Here I am, baby. Won't you come and take me? Take me by the hand. Oh, show me. Here I am, baby. Huh.
You make me say,
I'll pick you up, girl, if you're ready. You're divine, rock steady, say. We go slow, vibes are flow. The only woman that I truly know. A real woman, courteous and kind. The type of girl I idolize. A real queen,
real queen,
so sweet.
so sweet.
From your crown to the soles of
You make me say, ooh.
ooh.
You make me say, ooh.
Ooh.
You make me say, and I love to see your eyes that shine. So glad that you're mine. I feel a way for you. I feel a way for you. I'll be a queen and you'll be my king, man. You're lioness if you'll be my lion. Everything you say and everything you do, I want you to know. You make me say, ooh, ooh.
You make me say ooh, ooh.
Ooh.
Girl, you're the only one for me in all the area. Girl, you're the only one for me in all the country. Girl, you're the only one for me in all the universe. Girl, you're the only one that makes me say.
Boy, you're the only one for me
Girl,
in all
you're
the
the only one for me in all the country.
Yeah. You make me say, ooh, ooh.
Ooh,
You make me say, ooh, ooh.
ooh. Girl, you're the only one for me in all the area.
Boy, you're the only country.
Girl, you're the only one for me in all the universe.
Boy, you're the only one who makes me say, makes me
Girl,
say.
you're the only one for me in all the area.
Boy, you're the only one for me in all the country.
Girl, you're the only one for me in all the universe.
Boy, you're the only one who makes me say, makes me say.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Now it's a girl und Safinu izu I sumena mamalaw Sankado lio un bule azu I-intention muti manaw Corazón no tumatangis Purhagu neni Iguinay zakunu hagu Tilmatulay ka Sa hagu ha Solo Klasi Edzuzania imanya inamo Fagaga unalogi Ikurason no tumatangis Purhaguneni Iguinay zakunu hagu Tilmatulay ka Sa hagu ha Solo Ilinalagu Ihilutano Corazón no tumatangis Purhaguneni
Oh, signa uli die sombranzelten maak. Et zu I te saluda antes di niga. Radzaudzan malakes frezas durante todo mu a nogi distancia como gupugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughi airi preba putih naik bendera gaigi pues aten fanny bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentami ti man ko badi
amongst the work they like is ODA. To the weekend escalade. Seems like we already determined in our fate. Yes, yeah. Oh no, no. Love season is in progress. But don't stress. Love like a burn is on fire. But you know this time is gonna take it higher. So now watch I say, love season is in progress. But don't stress. Love like a burn is on fire. But you know this time is gonna take it higher. So now watch I say, go ahead and relax, baby. It's time to take it slow. It's time to wind down and let you have. And all my eyes to you is there. Well, I'm talking about pushing love and rhyming time. The sheets is mercy, baby. All up on the bed, the floor, the porch. I even by the back, by the front door. Yes, yeah. But when it's cold outside, I can be a fire. Or the wind against the heart for you, girl. I'm going down, 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 yeah. Get a body heat, be getting higher on the table. You should have kept it much check, and now you're in trouble. Your body comes, you should have known where it touch you, yeah. Love season is in progress, it don't stress. Love like a furnace on fire. Not you in this flame, but I'll take it higher. So now what y'all say, love season is in progress, it don't stress. Love like a furnace on fire. Not you in this flame, but I'll take it higher. So now what y'all say, there are a couple girls that I see, and they're looking so lovely. So I introduce myself, my name's Candy. She asks how you do it. What in the rest is magic on it, yeah. As they sing a song, the sound like the sea, yeah. Oh, yeah. Love season is in progress. Don't stress. Love like a burn is on fire. Not you in this flame, but I'll take it higher. So now I just say, love season is in progress. Don't stress. Love like a burn is on fire. Not you in this flame, but I'll take it higher. So now I just say, yes, sir. All right. This one dedicates all the goddamn. Well, I met this girl from the country. She wants to know everything that's about me. I ain't single. What is your age? She kinda hesitate 'cause everybody plays the game. Well, I be to you what's so surprising? Was a stranger in your time you about me? Can we just walk? Let's have a talk. 1 minute and you will see. Oh, I can tell by your eyes. Swing my way. It's a love that's for real, real Miss Lady. Come on, wine with me. Now, baby, now she knows I got a remedy. The real thing, not only physically. I need a lifetime lover. A lifetime lover. Now it's getting kinda serious. Don't be scared. Don't be delirious. I need a lifetime lover. A lifetime lover. Yeah. Love, because every morning, every day and night we argue, girl. Even though we always fussing
Good morning, Jason Solis. Good morning. Wow, it's Monday already, guys. I know I wasn't even ready for this. Thought it was Sunday. It's the last Monday in ordinary time of January. Or wait, there's one more, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
This weekend, the 30th, I believe, or 29th? Something like that.
Anyway, it's 6:26. Good morning, Monday. Yes, you got school. We got the very latest with your opportunities for COVID testing. As it's already looking like it's going to be tough for you to get tested this morning.
Yeah, right off the bat, the TGen testing site today and tomorrow fully booked. If you're thinking about getting tested at either the Dedido or Inalahan testing sites, the Joint Information Center last night said Inalahan appointments already fully booked for today.
Yeah.
They will accept symptomatic patients without appointments on a limited basis, but the Inalahan testing site at the clinic down there fully booked for today.
Okay.
Dedido's still available, apparently.
All right. So, Dedito, what's the process there, Jay? Because people were a little confused because you can book a vaccination on TinyURL?
Yeah, you can book a vaccination on Eventbrite on tinyurl.com/COVIDStopsWithMe. But if you want to get tested at the regional health clinic, you need to make an appointment. I got a bunch of messages this weekend, people asking how to do so.
Yeah,
So
me too.
right off the bat, Dedido, according as of last night, I'm reading off their documentation here. Appointments still available, but you do need to make an appointment, and only if you are symptomatic. The number to call is 671-635-7525 or 7526 if
Right.
you need to get tested. Again, if you're just joining us, TGen fully booked for today and tomorrow. The regional health center down in Inalahan for today fully booked, but Dedido still open. So call 671-635-7525 or 7526. Again, you can always go to your private clinic. If you have health insurance, they should be able to take
I
that.
think it's a sick visit, right?
Huh?
I think it's as a sick visit.
Yes.
So let me tell you a little hack, guys. My experience in this pandemic is you go to your clinic and you say, "Oh, I'm not feeling good. Yeah, I've just had a headache." Because if you go there and you just say, "Oh, I just want to get tested just for funsies to know my status," you're probably going to get charged. Yeah. What's the deal, Jay? Again, are they giving?
I've been tested now 8 times. I paid twice.
Okay.
But I had symptoms that wound up just being like by the
Right.
grace of God.
I mean, that's how people kind of game the system anyway. Even at if they're saying they're giving priority to symptomatic patients, what does that mean? That means if you don't have a runny nose and stuff, then you're not the priority to get tested.
Yeah, and remember, like when the what's now known as the Omicron surge here started, the documentation always from public health on the nightly JIC reports was always like, you don't even have to have any symptoms at all. So
Right,
like if you just want, if you think you may have come into contact, if someone says they were, if you just want to get it for your peace of mind, but now they're trying to prioritize the people that are symptomatic.
Which is a little funny because how do you know you're asymptomatic? I mean, you're just you're normal, right? Are you feeling kind of funny? No, I'm not. I'm asymptomatic. Okay, well.
Your mental may have something going on with
Right.
it upstairs because you're freaking out. But
Jay, we got some comments here. Jason, love your mask. Tell us a little bit about that duck face mask.
yeah, okay. This is the duck face. Now, of course, we were talking about last Friday, right? Good morning to you guys all, by the way.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Good
We
to
missed
see-
you.
Yeah, good to see each and every one of you. I
All
don't know
of you
about you,
guys.
but my weekend dragged.
Mine didn't.
It was a long 2 days.
How's this year going by? Is it going by fast for you, Jay?
It's almost February.
It is. Yeah.
Do you have any plans for Valentine's, my friend?
Don't get me started, bro.
You got to clear out that credit card because
Yeah.
you may have to make a couple purchases.
A day.
Okay, so the mask, right? This is the duck face mask. We were using those KN95 ones last Friday, right? Those
Yeah.
ones are more narrow going this way.
Yeah, those are the ear killers.
Yeah. There was so much dynamic tension. Now, remember at the beginning of the show, like last week,
Dynamic tension.
I was like, hey, it makes a really, really tight sealer on your face. But the thing is, they're ear straps.
Yeah.
So it's pulling on your ear so much, and you probably see like me and Chris. It's like we look like Dumbo, right? It's like flapping over. And of course, because on this show, we're talking in a voice that's louder than we would normally talk if we were like in the same
There's a
room.
lot of projection going on.
Precisely. So man, my jaw. By maybe like 9:15, like on Friday, dude, my jaw was sore, bro. It's like how when you chew gum too much, or like when you open and close your mouth like a snake, and your jaw just unhinges and it clicks. My jaw was really, really sore.
Now you know how a tweaker feels, Jay. Working that jaw all the time. tough life.
Thanks.
So
I got these at Pacific Points again. They sponsor Link Update, so you can go to Shell, Foodies, and they actually have these now. This thing you may not be able to see. See that, Joe, sir?
Yeah, wow.
These ones
You're making
actually
me
go
feel
around the back.
inadequate.
And so they're not pulling on your ears anymore. They basically split in two, so you can have it like around the back of your head and then way up high.
Right.
And Dr. Annette David, who joined us, the epidemiologist last week, she said, this is what like a lot of surgeons use, but you know.
So what exactly is that one, Jay?
This is still KN95. It's
Okay.
just, you know, it's a different one.
The duck face.
Yeah.
Got
I don't know about you guys, but hey, look at that. How wide it comes out. This is the duck face.
Yeah.
Now, I was going to go like full on Donald Duck
Yeah.
and not wear any pants to work, but that would not
With
be
the little
cool.
hat, you need a little hat too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you remember
I
we
think
had,
the pantsless thing was like that was the thing that killed that idea.
we had Dr. Annette David on Friday, and there was a new guidance that came out where they're now. It's funny because in the beginning of the pandemic, it was like, don't use the KN95s because we want to save them for the frontliners. Remember? Well, now I guess the frontliners are good. They're recommending the KN95, but really I've seen a lot of different guidance from different. Like I saw one from Chicago Public Health, and they were basically saying like, look, man, whatever mask you got, that's the best mask you can wear. Just mask up, guys. Okay. I mean, if you want to go get the ear killer KN95, go for it. If you want to do the surgical thing, you want to double up, whatever you got to do, just cover your own face. It's 633 Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present this episode of The Link this morning. It is Monday.
And if you didn't stay home this past weekend because of the surge,
Yeah.
you probably stayed home because of the rain. That was not good weather this weekend.
Yeah, it was soggy Saturday.
Yeah.
Friday was pretty soggy too.
And then like
it was a Footgun Friday, a soggy the Saturday.
But you know, these days, I mean, you can order food online. You get like, you know, our friends at Uno Go or Grab and Grub or any of those companies, Good to Go. You know, they bring you stuff. Do your shopping online. Go to Mass online.
Mm-hmm. You could do it all.
Yeah.
You never have to leave your house.
And you know who's online today? No doubt. Each and every one of Guam's Catholic schools. Cause
That's right.
Father Val told us, he said, okay. And again, you know, we've said this since he joined us on Thursday, as he said, you know, the decision was made to return to virtual distance learning. And he said he gave each of the schools in the archdiocesan system the option. They said you can start on Thursday if you can pull it off.
Mm-hmm.
You can start on Friday. Let the kids come in, maybe get their books, give teachers the time to like set up their lesson plans. But he goes, most definitely. And you don't really hear like a priest say most def.
Yeah,
very
most
often.
def.
Most
Yo.
def.
Then the governor
Fantastic
came out.
actor and rapper, by the way, most def.
The governor came out with her address on Friday, and basically, guys, the gist of what she was saying was that it's mild, that we're protected, that the healthcare system is doing fine, and I mean, she didn't say don't worry about it. Forget about it. But basically, their tone was that this is just what it is, guys.
Yeah.
So I saw a stat, something like 30,000 cases. Wow, just do the math on it. It's pretty nuts.
30,000 tests in the month of January, I believe.
Yeah.
That have been administered.
Yeah, crazy. So they're definitely getting people tested. Guys, let us know if you got an issue. We did get a comment here. Where's Sabrina? Well, if you guys know, Sabrina lost her dad, and so she had gone out to the States to, of course, finalize everything with the funeral, the arrangements, and I believe she's coming back this week.
Yeah.
All right. So that's where she has been. We got a request here. Jason, do the duck thing again.
Oh, okay. So the duck. Duck face. This is very comfortable. I mean, the narrow thing. I mean, I don't know how I sound. I mean, do I sound any better?
No,
any
you
worse,
sound
guys?
all right. Yeah, it's not a muffler. Yeah.
But it's
How's your back of your head though? It's all right.
I mean, I got like enough gel to stop a tidal wave right now. But no, this is very comfortable. So if you guys can find these, I mean, they're all over the place. Please pick them up. They're a little bit more expensive than the cloth surgical mask, but not by much.
Right.
And this is the better way to go. May I just say?
Yes, you may.
I was thinking about the both of you and Joe, sir.
Thank you.
This past weekend, right?
That explains a lot. I was kind of clumsy this weekend.
Because I was bummed this weekend. After we finished primetime and everything like that. First of all, rest in peace to two people that, as a musician and as a comedian, I'm sure are very near and dear to your heart, right?
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf and Louis Anderson.
That's right.
You guys remember? I mean, Louis Anderson was like a mainstay of like the '80s like stand-up comedy scene, and he did how many movies did he do? Everybody knows him from like Coming to America, right? He was like the guy behind the counter.
Yeah, he was in a few.
He may have. He actually, now that I think about this, he may have been like the only white guy in Coming to America.
Oh,
That's what they
maybe.
said was part of the success of Coming to America was it was an all black cast, and the movie did obviously that's critical watching for people our age, right?
Yeah,
It's an amazing comedy, but Louis was so funny.
He was. Meatloaf was.
But Meatloaf, man, that one hurt, man. You know who is
Did he die of COVID?
I don't know. I don't know what he passed away from, but you know who his son-in-law is, right? Scott Ian from Anthrax, the founder of Anthrax. Yeah, he married his daughter.
Wow.
But okay, and now if you're as old as DJ Joe Sir, obviously DJ Joe Sir knows he's forgotten more about music than most of us will ever
I
know. right?
want you. I need you. There ain't no way you ever. My uncle used to jam that song.
Oh,
He used to jam that
just 2
song.
out of 3 ain't bad.
Yep. He used to jam that song. He didn't have to be heartbroken. He used to be like, "Oh, Greg, who broke your heart?" Nobody was. Solid
Yeah.
jam.
Meatloaf. Okay, for those of you guys who don't know, Meatloaf, and funny name, and yeah, he was this big, heavy set dude, super
Yeah.
sweaty.
Who gave him the name Meatloaf, though?
I think he kind of gave him, but he was also a really funny guy,
Yeah.
and actually made a new career for himself, like in the early 2000s, by starring in a lot of these like B action movies and horror movies. And he knew they were schlock and they were crap, but that was part of it. But he was so huge in the 70s, and I really didn't grow up like on Meatloaf, but I remember seeing certain people, like when I went to Sanchez, right? We got all the bass kids. People would have this like T-shirt that said "Bat Out of Hell." Remember, like with a motorcycle? And I was like, dude, what is that, dude?
Yeah.
There would always be like two guys from the South. One guy would have like a Bat Out of Hell shirt,
What was his
and
song?
another guy would have like a Molly Hatchet
Remember
shirt.
when he came back? What was the song he had?
I will do anything for love.
Yeah. I would do anything for love.
That's when I was in high school and college, and you guys, I swear.
With a little asterisk, right? Like, but I won't do that.
Yeah.
Nope. Sorry. No, I draw the line
There
there.
was so much good music that came out like in the 90s. I mean, grunge, Pantera, New Jack Swing, R&B, gangster rap. It was so much like good music and everything like that. You can actually make a really strong, compelling case
Yeah.
that I Will Do Anything for Love, but I Won't Do That was the best song of the 90s.
Mama
The
Bear.
video was unbelievable.
Mama Bear Debbie Davis comments, "Paradise by the Dashboard Lights." Jason Saw is one of my favorites from Meatloaf. That's one of those songs you might not know the title of it, but when you hear it, it's like, okay, it's that one.
Reflections in the rearview mirror. And Meatloaf had, I mean, he was an opera singer.
Yeah, it's kind of operatic.
But
Right?
no, I mean, like his stuff.
Mama Bear over in Kentucky. Hi, KUAM News, all my Link family, all in Guam and CNMI. We'll be going to the doctor tomorrow. Possible COVID. No appointments available to get tested today. I feel extremely sore. My chest is hurting and no taste when I try to eat. And temps are at 102.7. Well, God bless you, and take your vitamins, Mama Bear.
Yeah, we're praying for you. And remember, like, Dr. Keith Horinucci came on from the wellness clinic, a couple months ago, but he said, and I was actually at some of the grocery stores, because I always go at like 5 in the morning on Sundays. That's when I get my groceries. I saw that Payless like actually has a new shipment of vitamins. So if you guys can get it, remember what Dr. Horinucci said: vitamin C, vitamin D, and get you some zinc. And those things.
What about B12?
B12 is good too.
B12?
Yeah, B12.
Bingo!
There you go. And remember,
yeah.
we come back to this, but we said, hey, Doc, how about people that just like want to be cheaper? Like, oh, I'll just get a multivitamin. But
Yeah.
it's
Well,
good
apparently
because
with the multivitamin, you're not getting enough of the good ones.
yeah. So just load up on the individual ones and everything. I mean, you can never take enough vitamin C.
Right.
If anything, you'll just wind up, it'll come out in your urine.
Yeah,
So-
you guys take your vitamin C, because you know that we're all focused on the COVID right now, but that scurvy, it could come back big.
Yeah.
Hurry, it's the scurvy.
And especially with the rain these days, is you don't want to get like these little like ticky-tack like colds or like
Ticky-tack colds.
yeah.
Remember that the rain, man, that's the one that'll get you. What happened to that guy? Oh, he got caught in the rain at
Yeah.
night. Right, be safe, guys.
You know what? But yeah, listen. You know what? Go on Spotify
The
and
COVID
listen,
don't get you. It's mild.
listen
Probably
to
the rain
Meatloaf's
is worse.
music, man. That stuff will inspire you.
Which one?
Meatloaf.
Yeah.
I'm praying to the end of time. Yeah. Actually, you know what's my favorite Meatloaf moment? Even though I didn't grow up on Meatloaf, I discovered him like retroactively.
Yeah.
Rocky Horror Picture
I was just
Show.
gonna say, I remember him from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Whatever happened to Saturday night? Mama did I live for that time? I live for the time and I feel it go. Listen to the music on the radio. Hopatootie, bless my soul. God,
Bro,
I
you're
love
going
that rock
deep
and
in
roll.
you're going deep in the Meatloaf catalog. I just had his hits. That's all I got. I don't, I knew he
You
was.
couldn't even remember the name of I Will Do Anything for Love. No, but do you remember the music video for that? Like, because he was that vampire and he couldn't show his face because he was so worried that mortal that he loved would like recognize him. So he like turned and she goes, and it was, I mean, the song really gets you. It is like.
Yeah, it's very melodramatic.
Yeah, because it leads up. It's like, oh, I'll do anything for love. Yeah,
But I
everybody
won't
says it.
do that.
Yeah.
I won't do.
And then the woman's part comes in and she sings. And if you hear not the radio version, but the extended version.
Yeah. See, there's an extended
Would
version.
you get
that,
me out of this godforsaken town? And he's like, I won't do that. And she's like, will you? What was it? Will you let me down? Will you break my heart?
Yeah.
And he goes, no, I won't do that.
I won't do that.
It's
so they do.
It's so poetic.
They do like a little back and forth. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the extended version, which you guys probably never heard, but thank you, Jason, for filling us in on that.
Yeah.
It's 6:41. We had a funny
So
comment
good.
here from Rosemary because remember the governor came out and she said, "Oh, prepare for Super Typhoon Omicron." And Rosemary comments, "Is she now calling it a tropical storm?" I guess now it's a banana typhoon, right? So, bottom line is, you guys got school, and what the governor's saying is that they don't anticipate the hospitalizations rising to a crazy level because of our awesome vaccination rate. And they're saying if you look at the places where hospitalizations are crazy, this is what they were saying, that there are places where the vaccination rate isn't as high. So that's what it is, guys. If you're trying to hold your breath, figuring out what restrictions are coming, there are no restrictions coming. This is just what it's going to be. 6:43. You know something, though, that I did see, Dr. Hoa. I don't want to freak you guys out, but did you see there's a new variant?
Okay. Did they? Because of course Omicron is this pi, or did they skip over pi?
No, this is BA2.
Oh.
It's the cousin of Omicron. Yeah. I'll show it to you.
Okay. Omicron doesn't need any more prims or anything
Yeah.
like that. We're
As long
Omicron.
as-
You sit at the little table.
As long as it's not Omicron's like big bad uncle, I think we're okay. But yeah, so we're getting Dr. Hoa on. There's just a bunch of stuff that he wanted to come on about. One of them is this new variant. The other is there's been a bunch of stuff going on with the Guam Board of Medical Examiners as a couple patients have come out and made some complaints about the same doctor. And so we'll talk to Dr. Hoa about that. And so that's what we got going on this morning. We're getting
Sean Gumatauta is joining us from Sean Gumatauta, right? Yeah, as Lucas,
nice.
saying if you guys
God's
are
country
citing
in the
Meatloaf,
house.
this is gonna be a big week.
Yeah.
Hey man, rest in peace, Meatloaf. Again,
Right.
he brought so much entertainment to so many people. He was just a happy dude.
Right. Yep.
Not at all the stereotypical quintessential textbook cookie cutter rock star that you would think and everything like that. But I mean, he was beloved by millions of people
Right. Yeah.
from two different generations. I mean, most people have a hard time getting a break in with one era. That guy did it twice.
Yep. All right, there you go.
Hopatootie, rest my soul. Gotta love
Meatloaf
that
Monday.
rock and roll. Shout
Meatloaf
out.
Monday. So what are we eating? Meatloaf today? Got me craving meatloaf. I
That
worked
would-
out.
that
I
would
want to
be
eat
a good
meatloaf.
I know a couple places. Let's do meatloaf for lunch.
Let's go.
Yeah, I know a couple places.
Wait,
that make a
do you
really
like
good
your meatloaf, Jay, with rice or mashed potatoes? Oh man.
mashed potatoes?
Both, right?
But it's gotta have like the carrots in it. You gotta have like that little like in the meatloaf. It's gotta
And
have
the
like that
meatloaf.
little bit
of
crunch.
sweetness,
Yeah.
right? That sounds good, man. Meatloaf. Thank you, meatloaf. Because of you, we're gonna eat meatloaf today. Lasting legacy. Monday, January 24th. Good morning. You want to get into the news?
Absolutely.
Let's get into the news then, shall we, guys? A lot of news going on here as we are coming at you live from the eye of Banana Typhoon Omicron. I'm just kidding. I don't want to make light of it. You know, I'm not going to say it's mild. I'm just going to say be
Hey,
safe,
if it's
guys.
been downgraded, I'll take that, man.
Right. Yeah, but we're still seeing the numbers.
Yeah.
I guess all we can do really is just wait and see, right?
And granted, the numbers are over the weekend, of course, everybody. So as I read like this data to you coming up and everything like that, keep in mind that this is only public health's reported cases and everything. Private clinics, those numbers expected tonight. So of
Right.
course, the Monday numbers might be a little big.
Yeah, and I know that just from talking with some people who work at the clinics, that they have been seeing a lot of traffic through the clinics. I mean, I got tested twice last week I got tested because I went to the TGen testing line and I talked to some people there. They were all symptomatic and kind of got me thinking, man, I should just get tested. Why not?
Yeah. You know, it was interesting too. Like when I was driving around just to kind of like, stretch my legs this week, and I stayed in the car. I didn't get down. I didn't go anywhere, right?
Yeah.
But as I was driving around, I saw like several of the clinics. And remember when the pandemic first started, you would see like these clinics set up like, like the tarp, and they would have like the drive up and drive through.
Yep.
And then they would always break down over the weekend and just say, oh, we'll set it up again on Monday and everything.
Now they're just leaving it up.
The chairs are still out there. The tarp is there. The canopy and everything like that. I was like, wow, that's pretty telling.
Right. So yeah, a lot of people are popping positive, especially in the workplaces, guys. We've seen a lot of businesses that have just had to close because of a high number of positives in the community, maybe with their staff. And it's not just if you're positive; it's if you're a close contact of a positive, and then you have to go get tested. I mean, you guys see the line. You know how hard it is. And then again, I wonder, these people who have to get tested to be able to go back to work, is it an issue when the appointments are fully booked, right? Of course it is. So that's where we're at right now. It's hitting close to home, Jay. There's a lot of workplaces that have had, like I said, the positives that have, led to these places having to just close their doors for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And if you need something to do today to kind of like calm your...
What are we going to do to calm ourselves today, Jay? Besides eat meatloaf. That's calming for me.
Yeah, eat meatloaf. Listen to meatloaf, I would say. But you know what? Spend the next 6, maybe 7 hours with KUM. Spend 4 hours with us on this show.
Please.
Spend it on channel TV8 right now because the Bucks are actually up on the Rams are up on the Bucks.
Tom Brady's losing?
Tom Brady is down 7 points.
Yes.
I see where your allegiances lie.
I just can't. I don't care. I want the Niners.
You know what's crazy? Tom Brady is actually older than the coaches of the teams he's facing.
Yeah.
And so that's going on right now on TV8. On TV 11 at 9:30, we got the Bills.
Jay, there was something we didn't really talk about yet, but Elizabeth Aggie had a comment here, and this was pretty interesting. Is the GovGuam announced that they've closed temporarily the monoclonal antibody treatment center. Jay, what was the reason for that?
Okay, there's a shortage of the Regencov, the treatment, the medication, but a shipment is expected, hopefully, like within the next few days. They said, so that could mean midweek. That could mean maybe by the end of the week.
But
I mean, it's stressing. It's just temporary.
Yeah, but that was a big part of the governor's address. She said
the timing is terrible, though. But
go get your monoclonal antibody treatment. But I think Dr. Ho had talked about this, that there was a shortage, and then with the Omicron, there's another treatment that you're supposed to take because this MAB that worked with the Delta, from what Public Health and Dr. Ho were saying, was it's not really effective against Omicron. So is this something that we need to keep an eye on?
Dr. David was saying that in her presentation, like on Friday, and then we got a story coming up in news about the you're talking about the antiviral pill, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's coming up.
Right. So they're expecting treatment supplies this week. I mean, in the meantime, guys, you kind of know what to do, right?
Okay, Rams are really down now. Rams are really up right now. They just scored again, so 17-3.
Nice.
On the team that apparently...
Good morning only to my Tom Brady haters.
You know why? I think I know what it is. It's not that you hate Tom Brady. It's just that at one point you two were checking out Gisele Bundchen.
No.
And you lost out.
Nope, not at all.
That's how it always is on Guam. Like you were checking out a chick and you lost. So
okay. Thank you, Jay.
I may or may not have been there once or twice in my life.
Yeah. It's 6:49.
Short end of the stick.
Let's go ahead and get short end of something. Let's go ahead and get into our first look at news here, brought to you by Pacific Points on this Monday, January 24th, 2022, with the very latest in for Sabrina Salas Matanani. Good morning, Jason Salas.
Good morning, partner, and good morning, everybody from DJ Joe, Sir, Chris, and myself. Please stay safe, everybody. We are, of course, brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, where you can do more, get more. Remember, we got a lot of friends over at Pacific Points. They're going to take care of you, and make sure to enroll in their rewards program. It's going to save you money, and you're going to be happy. So thanks a lot for Pacific Points for bringing us the link headlines every day. Now, we want to get you up to speed on what is going on with testing. As we said right at the top of the show, testing today at the Teads site. Open from 8 to 12 and then from 1 to 3. Booked solid, fully booked for today and tomorrow. But if you need to get tested, go to tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me. Last time I checked, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, slots still available. As for today and tomorrow, fully booked. There is also testing by appointment if you are symptomatic at the Northern Regional Community Health Center in Dededo. That number is 671-635-7525 or 671-635-7526 if you are symptomatic and would need to get tested up in Dededo. Down in Inalahan, they are also offering COVID testing. However, appointments at the Inalahan Public Health Center from 9 to 12 fully booked for today. However, they are saying symptomatic patients without appointments may be accepted on a limited basis, so a little bit of risk there. So again, Teaden, fully booked for today and tomorrow. Inalahan, fully booked for today, but you may be able to get in if you are in fact symptomatic. And Dededo, if you are symptomatic and need to be tested, that number, of course, 671-635-7525 or 7526. You do need to make an appointment. Please go and get tested. Good luck to you also. Also, private clinics available all day long if you need to get tested. After school vaccination, the program continues tomorrow from 3 to 6 over at Weddingale Elementary School up here in Dededo. On Wednesday from 3 to 6 at Telefofo Elementary School, anyone ages 5 and up may be vaccinated. Then on the 27th on Thursday over in Sinanya at CL Taitano Elementary School, vaccinations will be distributed there for anyone 5 and up. And down at Maritzo Elementary School, also on Thursday from 3 to 6. We'll be telling you about this as we get closer to that. All right, let's get into the numbers from our friends at the Joint Information Center as triple-digit totals in COVID cases continue. That was certainly the case Saturday and Sunday, as last night, 356 out of 1,406 test samples came back positive for January the 22nd. That, of course, Saturday, a test positivity rate of about 23%. It was about 30 the previous day. Reports, those are only public health numbers. As I said, private clinic data will be reported tonight. There have now been 27,207 officially reported cases of COVID. 7,406 of your fellow Guamanians are currently isolating due to the virus. The number of hospitalizations, however, has decreased. It's down to 21, with 13 at GMH and 8 at GRMC. 3 people are in the ICU at GMH and 1 at GRMC, 1 at a ventilator at GMH. Of those hospitalized, because everybody always wants to know like the split, of those 21 hospitalized, 13 are vaccinated, 8 are unvaccinated. And as Chris alluded to, beginning today, the monoclonal antibody therapy clinic at the Mangilao Senior Citizen Center will close temporarily until further notice. This, of course, due to a shortage in the REGEN-COV antibody treatment. A shipment is, however, expected within the next few days. Well, as we said, treatments continue for residents in our first news package who need the monoclonal antibodies. And at the public health press briefing last week, officials gave an update on those still receiving the treatment, along with the confirmed arrival of the antiviral pill. Here's more.
The data from the other countries and nationally seem to indicate that the monoclonal antibodies that we've been using have not been as effective against Omicron, but there is one, Sotrovimab, which is. So we still have in the armamentarium monoclonal antibodies and antivirals that have activity against this variant.
Lead epidemiologist for State Epidemiological Outcomes Work Group, Dr. Annette David, speaking on the treatments available on island against Omicron and other variants. Dr. David speaks on a different type of monoclonal antibody known as Sotrovimab, which is effective against Omicron. They are laboratory-made proteins designed to mimic the natural antibodies produced by the immune system. Whether public health will order this version of the MAB therapy remains to be seen.
Number one, if you have symptoms or think you've been exposed, get tested so you know if you're infected. And if you are infected and you have any sort of high-risk condition, that you immediately go see your physician to see if you're a candidate for treatment for the monoclonals or the antiviral.
As we reported, there are patients who take the MAB treatment but do not respond to it. Public Health Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero says that those who do respond to the MAB treatment are those infected with the Delta and not the Omicron variant. Public Health ordered the COVID antiviral pill for those not responding to the MAB therapy, and it was confirmed that the COVID pills had arrived. COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Esteves.
We have received our first shipment of Paxlovid. Unfortunately, it's not a large one. We've received 80 courses that we'll be looking to deploy as part of our arsenal.
According to public health officials, the pills have not been distributed yet. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Staying with island news about healthcare, telemedicine hasn't been on Guam for very long, but it's already proven very, very beneficial and helped many of our residents. It's been now exactly a year since the island's only public hospital has been using this method of treatment. Daniel Perez has this story.
It's the 1-year anniversary of the Guam Memorial Hospital's use of telemedicine, which is all the ways that residents and their doctors can use technology without being in the same room. This method includes the use of phone calls, video chats, emails, and text messages. Clinical nurse informatics supervisor Paula Manzin.
We wanted to solve a very simple problem that we had, which was we didn't have an ICU physician. Not that we didn't have an ICU physician, but we wanted to expand our ICU physician capability here in the hospitals.
Manzin said that at the time, GMH only had one ICU physician, Dr. Jolene Uggan. Since Dr. Uggan was working nonstop when the pandemic hit, they wanted to find a way to alleviate some of the workload offer, thus starting the telemedicine program. Over the year, Manzin shared just how many patients have been treated with this method.
So we have been treating many patients in the ICU. So our program started out in the ICU, and then it expanded to the ER and also now neonatology. So many patients.
For those curious about the neonatology patients, it means that newborn infants, especially the ill or those born prematurely, are treated using telemedicine as well. According to Manzin, every patient admitted into the ER will see a telemedicine hospitalist, and from there, treatment begins.
If you are in the ER and you're going to be admitted into the hospital, then you will see the hospitalist. That's a telemedicine hospitalist. But we also have on-site hospitalists that work hand in hand with the telemedicine admissionists, is what we call them, with that.
Manzin stated that the telemedicine hospitalist is always a doctor assigned to help with your treatment. She added that GMH is trying to expand the telemedicine program to offer more services such as rheumatology to help treat patients that suffer from arthritis and other diseases of the joints, muscles, and bones. GMH uses many telemedicine methods, with one being video calls.
They have a high definition camera that can see the whole room in a wide angle lens. They also have a high definition camera handheld that we could point to the skin if we wanted to go closer, or to the ventilators if they want to see the ventilator settings or any of the machines. And then we also have a stethoscope that you can put on the chest to hear the heart and the lung sounds.
Residents that were treated using this method have reported good results about the program. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
All right, we have a uplifting story now as the Make-A-Wish Foundation is holding a virtual talent show to support children with critical illnesses here on Guam and up in the CNMI. KUM's Hannah Devanzo explains in this next story.
The Make-A-Wish Foundation is looking to the community to help them fundraise through participating in a virtual talent show open to all ages and all talents. President and CEO for the Guam CNMI chapter, Eric Tidingo.
Things are difficult for a lot of the nonprofits who rely on the generosity of fundraising events. You know, and typically in the past, we would rely heavily on events like 5Ks or galas, big, that involve big gatherings indoors. So a lot of those activities, depending on the severity of what's happening with COVID and the number of cases, those almost can't be guaranteed. And so this is a kind of a nice, fun way for people to adhere to the COVID guidelines and the restrictions.
Viewers will have the chance to vote by donating money to their favorite talent. The individual who raises the most money will win the talent show. All proceeds go to the foundation.
You can submit a video as late as February 7th, and then we will announce the winner on the 9th. But the later you submit the video, then the less opportunity you have to promote your video to your friends and family, and that's how the funds are raised.
Some of the prizes for the top 5 winners include
IT&E is donating a mobile phone with some airtime. We've got room stays at the Hyatt, $100 gift certificates to like Outback, fuel cards from Shell. bunch of stuff.
If interested in enrolling, call the Make-A-Wish Foundation's office 671-649-9474 or go to their social media pages where links to register are provided. The winners will be announced on February 9. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah Devonzo.
From the island's business sector, here's our latest profile of Guam Safe certified companies. Here's California Pizza Kitchen with our friend Jen.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
My name is Jennifer McFerrin, and I'm the marketing manager for CPK. We felt that it was important to convey that we are on board with trying to keep our guests and our staff safe in this crazy time. So it was a nice way to kind of join the community and also combine with GVB to tell our off-island guests and our visiting guests that Guam is a safe place and that there are a lot of options for safe dining establishments here. I think what it means is that there is an outside body that looks at our procedures and what we're doing to keep everyone safe, and that it's just a little bit easier for the customer to decide and discern where they want to, patronize when they have so many choices. We want them to feel comfortable and like they're coming into a place where they can actually relax and enjoy themselves. And so that stamp, that sticker, it's a really big way to show that. So CPK has done all of the things that DPHSS has suggested and has given us for best practices. Of course, these include all of our standard things like checking temperatures at the door, sanitation, hand sanitizing when guests come in, and of course the same thing for our staff. We also do the contact tracing logs and check vaccination records. And of course, the sanitation is a huge deal. We already previously had timers that indicated to our staff when it was time to wash our hands. We just increase the frequency and make sure we're really on top of it. Of course, mask use, social distancing, all of the standard procedures to make sure that everybody is safe, staff and guests included.
Guam Safe and WTTC Safe Travel Certified Program Showcase is brought to you in partnership with the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Well, we got a member of the Link family now as our featured Culture Club profile. You've seen our friend Joe Mendiola be featured many times on Cover Me, otherwise known as Fluff. He's got a really interesting story, and that's why we are featuring him for the KUM Culture Club this week.
Culture Club, brought to you by Hanem.
Tinat sa murugo mongi zangin mantika.
So I've been in a few bands for the past couple years. I was a part of 10 Till 2. Shout outs to those guys, and also Big and Better for quite a while. I've been jamming over at the venue, also with CJ. And after everything that's happened with the pandemic, I'm looking to focus on my music now. So we're pretty much out of high school. I was always in a band. I was always with a group. I was always kind of in the background. I kind of wasn't comfortable yet to get into the spotlight yet. I was still in the back. So now it's the time for me, to really focus with everything that's been happening lately. And for me, it's just time. It's been too long of a wait. A lot of people's always asked me before, even like Joe Guam, shout outs to Joe Guam for really helping me out too. He's always asking me, he's always pushing me, bro, write music. I was like, man, it's kind of tough, it's hard. Even with CJ, I've always asked CJ too some pointers too in writing music, and now it's to that point where I want to put it into action. Back when I was in the band, there was still a lot of work that has to be put in, but you always have to work together as a team. Whereas now that I'm doing this kind of solo thing, it's a lot easier for me to kind of plan my schedule, know what I'm gonna do, and I'm not really worried about anything else. Pretty much I'm just worried about what environment I'm gonna be in for that day. So for me, it's always been a part of my life. I've always, I mentioned before in the last Culture Club that You know, I've played in the band with my dad when I was young, so I was always surrounded by this kind of music, the type of music. And then to actually introduce it to the scene today, you know, it's really relatable to a lot of people because everybody's grown up with this, you know, on the island. So yes, everybody loves to dance that reggae, the skank too, but sometimes people just want to let loose and you know, take it back to their roots and just cha-cha. Back right out of high school too, I was trying to do YouTube back then, you know, and it was very tough. I didn't really have the drive for it. And now discovering new things online and understanding what potential that our island has, especially with our beauty and our culture, you know, definitely there are a lot of people that do promote it out there, which is awesome. But I think for me, it's more of like the raw beauty of it, you know, with just the background right behind me, no like real cutscenes, just pretty much just from start to finish, you know, it's super raw, there's not much processing as well, you know, so it really adds that effect if you were there with me, you know, we're just jamming, you know, around the island and just feeling the beauty, taking in the nature. It's really what it's all about, you know, really appreciating our island, but being able to show that to the world is just even better. Honestly, I feel it's really great, you know, from just a few years ago, it wasn't as, I guess, popular as it is today, you know, especially with our younger generation. You know, a lot of us really set the path for everybody, especially like Joe Garrido, one of my favorite artists, man. You know, I really look up to that guy. He's super inspirational to me, as well as Joe Guam, the two Joes, and Joe Fluff. You know, we're all the Joes, you know, doing really well, and especially in our music and really promoting our island, which is really, really great. The biggest piece of advice that I could give everybody out there who's really wanting to really get into music or write music or even just, you know, get into the scene and or just being out there and jamming, pretty much just go and do it, you know. Don't waste time, don't think about it, because it's really about doing it. You know, you can say as much as you want, but it's really a matter of putting it into action. Hafa, my name is Joe Mendiola. They also know me as Fluffy. You can find me on my social media as Fluffy Kedzahafa. And I am part of the KUAM Culture Club.
Culture Club, brought to you by Hanem.
All right, that's our boy Fluff. Good guy, doing good things. And make sure to check out all the Culture Club profiles. Just go on our YouTube channel and hit the playlist and look at Culture Club. Really, really good Guamanians, really good stories, each and every one of them. All right, also, if you've been sitting on a business idea but don't feel that you have all the tools and knowledge needed to act on it, we've got a story about an entrepreneur training program that will deliver everything you've been needing to turn that idea into reality. Here's more with Auntie Monica Guzman and the Guma program.
They're helping grow the confidence for entrepreneurs to turn their passions into profits. The Guam Unique Merchandise and Art, or GUMA, in partnership with the Small Business Development Center, will be hosting their 6th entrepreneur training program. GUMA Executive Director Monica Guzman.
If you have an idea or a concept that you've been playing around in your mind that maybe I want to do this, then we'll assist you in how to translate that idea into a successful business.
The 4-month-long program will introduce participants to experts in subject matters such as accounting, licensing, intellectual property, retailing, branding, and so much more.
It's from A to Z, soup to nuts, on how to be a business person.
Once participants complete the 16-week training, they will have gained the tools necessary to create a detailed business plan and apply for GUMA's Incubator Grant.
We've had over 223 participants attend our entrepreneurship and training program, and we've incubated 30 businesses.
Guam Peeps, Sundays, Fauna Cultures, Gourmet Guam, and Bonita Baby are just a few local businesses that were awarded incubator funding.
What we do is we take care of all of their needs, right? And then we just follow them for a couple years and provide whatever mentorship that we can during those formative first couple years that they're in business.
Guzman, who's always recognized the talent and creative minds within Guam's community, says the pandemic has allowed many people to hone in their skills, and now is the time for them to bring their ideas into reality.
If there's anything the pandemic taught us, it's taught us how to reevaluate what we're doing in life and how to make it more meaningful. Maybe you have a good recipe to make jams, you know, or maybe you practice your baking and you can make riscetti. You know, how can we make that, you know, something you really enjoy, support you?
It's an opportunity for dreamers to open their eyes to the potential of turning their talent and passions into self-sustaining businesses.
Small business is the crux of the economy, you know, and you know, we've always supported cultural producers and artists, and you know, it's one way of continuing in delivering our uniqueness in our culture.
Orientation Day is on January 29 from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the University of Guam Business and Administration Building. For more information, go online to gumaguam.com or contact their office at 671-646-3448.
And of course, we always thank our friends at Pacific Points. Really good people over there at Pacific Points, working really, really hard, keeping the entire facility safe and making you happy, because with their Pacific Points program, you can save money and you're going to get some really, really good stuff. So do more, get more with our friends at Pacific Points. And we thank each and every one of them for their sponsorship of Link Headlines. Now, let's get to Uncle King Conception to find out what's going on Guam in Chamorro.
Buenos napadays to get to Bifinut Chamorro ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Aji N95 sa ni KN95 na mask sa mas malig na proteksyon gin ni COVID. Sa Centers of Disease Control and Prevention na marekomenda na sabi si mas malig na mask ni na sinya Interim Chief Medical Officer para Departamento sa Salud Publiko si Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero. Asangan na GST na topiko masya hafaw na sabi parang tampi fasumo sa nigweng mo sa malig na kanoy taza. Masya aji magago na mask ni tiko malig na proteksyon. Malig na kanoy taza proteksyon. Si Dr. Annette David, a lead epidemiologist para State Epidemiological Outcomes Work Group, asangan mas na informasyon niya ano pago sa inti mas mafno di material di mas malik, sa inti mas dangkulo mas maulig lokwi. Lenya itay mano na klasen mas na sabi sa San Francisco, preo aza na di tay mano para unusa, jangko to di tempo na sa sabi. Mas asunto, para mahutong nga di gumay Girl Scouts kita tamuning temporaryo sa pali mahatmi gunigi alatsa. Iskari famalawan sa masuspepet sa na mahatmi lugad. Gidiak 15 estay dia 18 gi Enero. Kamugan formasyon mo podeste na malabida, mafaisin ng komunidad no ma-report gwate gi Girl Scouts. Pasuno agang gi GPD, gi 671, 472, 8911. Sa parimahat may sa madzulang ilugad, mawud sa may Girl Scout na guma hasta kay manmanaay notisya. Sinong kantay Girl Scouts ginto niya Facebook na playgo, pag-email gigbombgirlscouts@gmail.com. Yuto mo na suntog ifinut sa moro para pag na Lunes gin ni KUAM News. Adi sensasyon na mensahe ni manauopan sa lumiliko gi grupon mengwentus, gi WhatsApp na medan sosyal, doon na fansatsat na susududanan ni Isla Siha sa Timagahid. Sigo ni spokesperson para Guam Police Department si Berlin Savilla. Si Timagahid na mensahe no masasangan nagwahas siya tato gobernamento, sempi man matukati gumamizo, porfan manai mas ni bineno sa sinya ni nalalangwa, pas masakengwa na sempre ni kusas mo gialong guma. Kamagwa kuston mo pod esti, pamalagwa na pon report tay gwini na klase insidente, kanta ki Guam Police Dispatch gi 671 475 8616 470. Para emergency agang 911 911. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafoto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light, or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
Good morning, 718-671-637-0094. That's our number. Give us a call. Especially if you want to complain about stuff. Get it off your chest. It's good for your mental health is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's good.
It's always good to emote.
Yes,
To
don't
release.
don't keep it in. That's how you have a
Yeah.
stroke. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a doctor, okay, but I'm saying that's what I've heard. 718, good morning. Let's go to the phones then. We have a gentleman standing by, a loyal Link listener. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today? How's your Monday?
Good.
How's your mental health, sir? Just be honest. We don't know your name. We don't know what village you're calling from. I don't know who your family is, but I just want to know on a random sample, how is your mental health?
It could be better.
What's stressing you out nowadays, sir?
So last week you did a interview with, I forgot who your public health, or the individual there, that I guess you had a complaint that test results aren't getting to the individual, so your results are not coming directly to them.
Yeah, we've heard
And
that.
and the individual who you talked to said they resolved it. So I'm trying to understand, because if they resolved it, we haven't gotten any test results.
Sir, take us.
And I'm
Let's
trying-
just rewind real quick, just so we get all the evidence in the
Okay.
case. When did you?
Saturday.
Saturday. Okay, so why did you guys go get tested?
Is that important?
What were you guys feeling? The symptoms or what? Okay, you don't want to tell, but you got tested Saturday, and then you haven't got the results yet. What did they say when they tested you, sir?
You get the results within 24 hours, and if they're doing a Q rapid testing, you should be able to get your results quicker than that. Understanding that there's a lot of people to get tested. Now when you email them, you have a standard email message that says your results will not be given to you within 3 to 5 days due to the alarming number of people. But yet the government switches to a Q rapid testing, and yet you're not getting your test on time, and you have to wait 3 to 5 days before you get your test, and then you can start doing, either go back to work or go back to school.
Right. Sir,
Is there a number that you have that we can call and actually talk to somebody? The email message is a standard automatic reply message.
Okay.
Yeah, sir. This is Jason, sir. I think I may have some information that might help you, because I know that email that they provide and everything. That's usually you can get your results electronically, but they usually say it takes a little bit longer than the normal turnaround, because that's like if you need like a doctor's note or something. But
no,
did they recommend you to register with that Simple Report system, sir?
We did all of that.
Yeah.
Oh, you did register with
all
Simple
that.
Report already.
Yeah,
Okay.
so they did everything. They did everything.
Confirm even if you were registering, you tried to register, to tell you if you're in the system already. Now, the problem that I'm seeing is the government is not being transparent.
Also,
Well, if these tests are Q rapid testing and you can get it in 20 to 15 minutes, what's the difference between if you go with Guam Radiology and you can get your test results in 2 hours time frame, and they have a long line? Big difference in how the government is running it and how you're getting your test results. So that's the reason people are complaining, is because you get your test results and they have to take the test results, run it to public health. Public health does the thing, gets their test, but it's really an equivalent to PCR testing, which it takes 24 hours to get your results, which is kind of weird. When if you look at the type of 2, if you guys go out there and do your go radiology, see what type of test you're using, see the method, go to TZAN, look at the type of test they're using, see the method. They're two different.
Yeah, we're gonna find out more about Guam Radiology. I don't know if they're like contracted by public health, but I do know that that's Dr. Berg.
They are, because they're getting their tests from them.
Right.
And if they're getting the test from them, they're all in packages, and each individual has their own package, and they open up the package, they swab your nose, they put the swabs in there, and it's in your sheer paper, and then they'll go and do their testing. But the government is different, because everything's in a vial. They stick in the vial and they send it all the way up to public health to get their test results. But why do you have to wait 24 hours to get test results when it's a rapid testing? Should be, and if you do research what the QNNAT is, they'll tell you, and that's why they switched it.
Yeah, and I know that
the government keeps saying that
the governor
your
also.
governor keeps saying that it is
Your governor.
quicker, it's faster. It's quicker, it's faster, and we'll be able to streamline this process. But yet, nothing's being. It's just the same process.
Yeah, it is. Jay, the governor was like a couple addresses ago. It was like her first or second Super Typhoon Omicron address. She said that they have these new tests that are so rapid.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you guys will actually put somebody out there to do the news and go out there and do your research, you're going to find out that in comparison between Guam Radiology and comparison between the TZAN, you're going to look at the different tests that's being done.
Yeah.
And you're going to ask them, why is Guam Radiology has all their test kits and packages for every individual, as compared to Guam TZAN, where everything's in a vial and they're sending it all out. So they're not doing rapid testing in TZAN, because you have to wait 24 hours. And it's not a additional resources, because if there's somebody monitoring it, you got one individual who will monitor it, input it into the system, you get your test results. So this is, and that's it. What's my mental health state?
Yeah. I feel you. My mental health just got affected by you listening to what's affecting your mental health. Sir, I don't know. I'm gonna ask some questions.
The government is lacking the transparency out there. It's not telling the public, individuals, the people of Guam, what really is happening and what type of tests they're taking.
Good point.
Why will you take 24 hours to get the results if everybody's out there and they're saying this is the Q rapid testing?
We did have some comments here, sir. Rosemary comments, my daughter tested 2 Saturdays ago and still no result via website. Today is the 5th business day, so we'll see what happens. Samantha comments.
And that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
So why do we have to keep waiting for test results? Why don't everybody just go down there and go get tested again? And then everything's like, well, you're traveling COVID. If you have COVID, you don't know what your symptoms are. Well, the government is not actually doing their part by giving us the test results or having somebody figure out why is it that these test results are not being inputted properly. Did they miss it? And you know what? To be honest with you, Chris, these test results are only good for a certain amount of time. Yeah. Once you take the test, after 30 minutes or after an hour, if you do the research, look it up, scientific will tell you that they're null and void. Because your results should have been reported right away. And if it's sitting there for over an hour, 2 hours, you have an issue. Now,
you got a lot of good questions. Yeah.
Maybe that's why you guys are getting triple digits out there, but there's still a concern out there because I'm not too sure if I myself, my daughter, whoever's out there that still hasn't gotten the results from Saturday, I mean, that's over 24 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get a number because the email that they say to email is a standard automatic reply message.
Got you. Samantha comments in, sir, they know you won't get your results in 24 hours, but they lie to you anyway. So that lie combined with the stress of not knowing your status just makes people that much angrier. I mean, I'm not sure if they're lying or it's just that they're just so overwhelmed or incompetent.
Chris, compare the difference. Radiology has a long line.
Yeah.
Compare TZAN, they have a long line. The number of people, they can look at both numbers, but radiology can give you results in a timely manner. What is their process? Why is their process faster than TZAN process? And we have so many people working the line, and yet you can't even get your results right away within the time frame. So they want us to quarantine because they haven't gotten results. Well, people are going to start going out there and say, you know what, I want to go and get test results again because why am I going to stay home for 24 hours, 5 days, and I can't go anywhere because I don't know my test whether I'm positive or negative.
Yeah.
So you tell me that the spread is community spread, and yet you're causing us not to do anything and just stay at home because the inability to get their actions together and get their resources together and implement a better system and learn from the past, yet they're not learning from the past. So why don't we all go back and go get tested again, make an appointment? And if not TZAN, go radiology. If not radiology, go find someplace else.
We did have some more comments here, sir. Frame comments in, good luck for results. I waited 4 days. Shantae, my husband still has not gotten results as well. They told him 24 to 48 hours. His appointment was at 8:30. Mike comments, tested this past Saturday, registered, still no results.
So this is an important thing. If you want media, there's your media. Look it up, search it. Have somebody go out there and compare the difference. I tell you find some interesting things going on. Yeah. But the government may not be wanting to explain. They're going to come back and backpedal and say, oh, I'm sorry. And make all the excuses other than the true fact that what's happening.
Well, what is happening is, sir, we're in this Omicron surge, so how do you feel about that? Are you worried? You think it's mild, like the governor said?
Well, think about it, right? We haven't gotten no information about flu shots or flu symptoms or the flu season. So do we really have the correct test to determine what is COVID and if you have a flu? Because everybody who has runny nose and a sniffy nose and they go get tested is considered COVID.
Sir, I just got a text from Dr. Hoa. He said that Guam Radiology and the TZAN testing site are both collector sites, meaning all of the tests are run at Public Health.
Then we have an issue.
Well, the issue is Public Health can't even get out of their own way. They run the test, they get the results themselves, and then there's some kind of backlog in them having the results to them contacting people who are awaiting the results. And it looks like with the GRC, they just get the results and they call the people. I mean, because that's what it takes. It's like Public Health either got to email or they got to go down the line and call you.
So what's the difference if radiology can get the same amount of people in and out in a timely manner and get these people their test results. Why is the government? I mean, is there something going on that that we're not seeing? Because if you're getting a lot of issues and calls about going to TZAN and not getting test results, and you're not getting anything from Guam Radiology, but everything's being funneled to public health, you have something to look into.
Yeah, sir. Well, I mean, people have been complaining about this since the beginning of the pandemic. Getting tested.
No, this is different. This is different because all of a sudden Omicron, they say we have Omicron and the lines are getting so long. They use Binex in TZAN at the schools, and then they decide to change the testing from Binex to the Q NNAT, which is equivalent to a PCR testing. But again, when you look up what is a Q testing, it says you can get your results much faster, and it's more accurate than a presumptive test results. Where Binex basically gives you an presumptive test results. So why then switch to Q when the government can't even properly give you accurate results?
There you go. Yes, sir. Totally feel you on that, guys. If you have issues getting your results, you haven't gotten them, slam it in the comments, and we'll take it out with public health. Yeah, but like I said, Jay, this has been a common thing throughout the pandemic. People waiting for their test results. We had a comment here from Dizzy. My elderly father is still waiting since Friday for someone to come out and swab him due to a COVID positive in his home. Till today, no one has ever come out. So is there a number, Jay?
Like, they're going to say, the official number they would say is call 311. Right. And then there's, they should be able to hook you up with like somebody or if need be, they'll route you to somebody. But there's not like an official number that you can call.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel for you guys, man. I don't know what to say other than, and again, if you went to get tested and you're waiting for that negative test to be able to go back to work and you're sitting there waiting for public health to call you, that's crazy.
Yeah.
733.
Unfortunately, that is also kind of like the difference between the private and public sectors, though. Is private sector always like historically is going to do things like more efficiently, or they'll just dispatch more people on it and everything. I'm not bashing the public sector by any means and everything like that, but typically, if you have a private company and a government agency like doing something,
right,
usually the private company would get it done faster or more efficiently or whatever.
Yeah,
most of the time.
I don't know how it works if Guam Radiology gets the results back. I just don't know. We'll find out though.
Yeah, but to the gentleman's call and everything, there's never been anything as far as we know, right, that's been officially put out about Guam Radiology.
Yeah,
like
they don't
doing
show
testing,
it here in the thing, so I don't know what they're not listed as.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen any like ads or any like official announcements.
But obviously people are getting tested there.
Yeah.
Can we pop up those pictures? Check this out, guys. This is the TZAN rear view one. Is pretty crazy. This is the TZAN testing grounds this morning here. As you can see, we have the that rear view shot, sir. That is just insane. Yeah, you got that? Yeah, definitely people are...
Yeah, so the testing site is fully booked today and tomorrow, but please go to tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me if you need to make an appointment to be tested by the government. The testing site at TZAN is open from 8 to 12, and they close to sanitize and get everything ready again,
Right,
and then they reopen at 1 to
Right.
3. But yeah, like a substantial number of people already lining up.
Yeah, Dr. Ho is coming on at 8:30. He is just texting me the Q tester for clinic use and preferably not to be used in mass testing. So we'll figure it out, guys. We do have a lot of comments, though. Pilantina comments, I'm still waiting for my results since Friday. Okay, so yeah, definitely there's a little bit of a backup, obviously. 7:35, let's take a quick break and come back with more of the link. We'll tell you where to get vax boosted. Is there still a chance for you to get tested? Jason Salas is going to find out, and we're going to tell you all about it next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Join Nestor Lecopto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas.
Buenas Sanhafadi. Part of taking care of yourself is participating in cancer screening. Make it a point to see your doctor at least once a year for an annual visit to discuss your risk and to determine which tests are right for you. Many tests are free or covered by insurance, and there may be programs to help those who don't have insurance. Cancer screening can save your life. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. So learn more at cancer.org/getscreened.
Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
The Link, each morning on Breeze 93.9 FM.
can't wait till tomorrow to start a brand new day. Away. But since it's been so long, you're moving on strong. You feel me, then I feel you, then we move right along. But since it's been so long, you're moving on strong. You feel me, then I feel you, then we move right along.
Hey, good morning. Jay, can you go over the weekend numbers again?
We have now seen triple-digit totals for going on better than 2 weeks now. Last night's numbers from the Joint Information Center were that 1,406 test samples were evaluated from Saturday. 356 of them came back positive. That's a test positivity rate of about 25%. Results from private clinics were not included in that number, so you can expect tonight's JIC report usually comes in anytime between 5 p.m. To 8 p.m. That's going to have a little bit of a bump because, of course, that will reflect the private clinics. As far as the total number of cases that have been reported since March 15, 2020, that is well over 27,000. There are 7,406 people currently isolated.
Okay, so what was Saturday? I'm sorry, Jay.
Oh, Saturday, 356.
And Sunday?
Sunday was 329, I believe.
And then, so today
385. I'm sorry, my mistake. Okay,
wow.
385. Yeah, so 385 tests on Saturday, 300 are positive cases. 385 on Saturday, 356 on Sunday. Tonight's numbers, once again, expected sometime late this afternoon or early this evening.
Okay, we actually got a call here. Ma'am, is there something going on in Barrigada?
The Barrigada traffic light, the post office light and the guard center light, it's really wonky. It like flashes red and yellow, and then when it goes to green, it like just turns off.
Wow.
And then it like within like maybe like 2-minute intervals, so it's like it doesn't turn green. So there was a long line behind me. It took me like 10 minutes to go through there.
Wow. Thank you for the heads up.
No problem.
Yeah. What's longer, the line at the light or the line for the testing?
Oh man, I wasn't even focused on the testing line. I'm sorry.
You don't even see it anymore, huh? How's your mental health, ma'am, if you don't mind me asking?
More stable now than it was the ending of last year, but yeah.
So it's been a month, right, since the ending of last year?
Yeah, but I'm also seeking counseling, so.
Oh, that's good. Good for you.
Mhm.
What, if you don't mind me, not specifics, but like generally, what were some of the things that were just weighing down on you?
Well, I'm going to school and I'm a stay-at-home mom, so trying to, do schoolwork and have my kids and then worrying about COVID. And I actually had COVID, me and my family had COVID last year in October. So it was kind of like kind of like the straw that kind of broke the back, camel's back, whatever the phrase is.
So when you guys got COVID in, what did you say, October? That must have been Delta then, huh?
They never got back to me on what strain it was. But, I thank God that it wasn't as bad. And me and my husband are, we're fully vaccinated. But my kids, they're 5 years old and, they weren't. So that was my big worry because after we got over, our symptoms were mild. And then afterwards, I was still watching them just in case that that syndrome that happens sometimes with kids after they have the symptoms.
Yeah, the multi-inflammatory.
Yes, yeah. So I was also stressed out from, just watching them with that. Sorry.
Ma'am,
I'm dropping them to school right now. Sorry.
It's kind of crazy because when you get the COVID, it's like you don't know what COVID you're going to get. Is it going to be like the runny nose, coughing one, or they end up in the hospital one? So was that stressful, kind of like waiting day to day to see how sick you were going to get?
Yeah. And my son, he actually has autism, so he can't tell me if he can't breathe. So it's like, I have to like keep an extra eye on him,
That's great. Ma'am, so you're seeking counseling. Like, I know for a lot of people, there's a stigma attached with that, but maybe you could share with us, was it that bad to reach out, and has it really helped you a lot?
I actually just started services, so I'm hopeful. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, when I went to therapy, ma'am, it was really good for me because, me being me, I can't really like talk about the stuff that's bothering me. So it's good to go into a room and just let it all out to somebody and know that they can't tell anyone. So that was kind of cool.
I've been to therapy too.
Yeah.
Best decision I ever made.
Right on. Well, good luck, ma'am. And I know you're dropping the kids to school. So how do you feel about kids going to school when we got like 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800 cases? Is that also taking a toll on your mental health?
Yeah. It's okay. I'm so sorry.
All right, man. Take it easy, okay?
You too.
Right on. Oh, boy.
I'm sure you would agree that's one way to deal with, if you're having like anxiety issues, just laugh.
Yeah.
Either
laugh
find something that you find funny or just have one of those, just laugh.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what my mom does every night is she scrolls TikTok for at least an hour.
There you go.
On full blast. And so,
How do you actually deal with your family members and like people that you really care about because you know them so well, like you know what makes them tick? How do you pull like a good laugh out of someone when you can really see that they need it? Like what's your trick?
You just got to give them some one-on-one attention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you see somebody, first of all, you got to ask people, right? Because people are going around, they're putting on their happy face. You never know if something's bothering them. So I think just asking people is a good start, right?
Well, what's your go-to thing to make your kids laugh though?
They just always laugh. We have fun. So the thing we've been doing,
I make
lately,
fun of myself.
yeah.
Like for people I
so
know.
This is what I've been doing lately with my kids is because they watch all this YouTube where it's like they go live, and it's the weirdest. The YouTube stuff I just don't. They're watching people playing video games.
Like the Twitch crowd.
Something like that, yeah. So what I like to do is because they're at the age where they're just like really into social media. Is I like to film them with my phone, and then I'll say like, "Oh, we're on Instagram Live," and I'll just mess with my kids, and I'll be like, "Oh, Callie, somebody commented that it looks like you didn't brush your hair," or "Oh, Chase," and it's just so funny. And then we'll all get a laugh about it afterwards, and then I get some cool content to post on my social media. So, yeah, being
that sounds like an entire YouTube channel in and of itself, right there.
We're like a family of who's not. First of all, anybody in the islands usually have a good sense of humor, and So we don't like try and laugh. We just live life, bro. Life is funny a lot of times. You know what I mean?
I just make fun of myself so that other people can laugh. Like I said the other day, I was like, "Oh, you ever burped and farted at the same time, and your stomach gets pulled in both directions?" The weird stuff like.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I tell people the story about when I was in New York City, I met Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah, I do things
Hall of Fame, the guy who changed the outside linebacker position forever.
Right. Yep.
I was just standing on New York waiting. Sabrina and Marie were inside of Bloomingdale's or something shopping. So I'm just outside in the street, kicking back. This is 2006. All of a sudden I see there's this gentleman next to me, and I was like, just saw him out of the corner of my eye. Then I was like, dude, that's Lawrence Taylor. I know LT because he doesn't like people fanboying over him.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, and I wouldn't want that there, so I just went there, and then all of a sudden this big Escalade drove up and everything like that, and he kind of looked at me and gave me the eye, right? Then I was like, hey, have a good day, LT.
Hey.
He's like, okay, dog. I was like, dude, and I was like, and Sabrina Marie then came out from shopping, and they were like, oh, what'd you do? I was like, I just met Lawrence Taylor. They're like, we know you're lying. I just met LT.
I like that. You were cool. You were like, hey, okay, man.
Plus, did you see what that guy did to Joe Theismann?
Yeah,
if I make a big scene, I
was just gonna say
he's gonna wreck me.
749. Jay, testing. What's the deal with the testing? You see, we popped the pictures up, guys. It's way backed up.
Yeah. Testing opens at the Teason site in about 11 minutes. So if you do have an appointment, you probably made it on Friday or Saturday because today and tomorrow, fully booked. Earliest you can make an appointment to be tested at the Teason site by going to tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me is for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, all available right now. So please, if you need to do that, please get tested. Now, you remember there was that flow chart that Public Health put out.
Right.
And, whether you're all in with it or not, I mean, if you just look at like the numbers, and if you do believe you came into contact with somebody and you have the booster, I mean, that's, the best case scenario. It has to be 5 days after.
That you get tested.
That you get tested, yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, kind of like figure out the scheduling and do that. But yeah, so again, Teason testing site, book solid today, book solid tomorrow. Down in Inalahan, you have to be symptomatic and you need an appointment. They are fully booked today. Dedido evidently still open right now. So that number, once again, 671-635-7525 or 7526 to make an appointment if you are symptomatic to be seen at the Northern Regional Community Health Center. That's for testing. Again, private clinics, the gentleman was calling earlier, talking about maybe some of the differences between the government and private industry.
Yeah.
All the private clinics are doing testing right now.
Right, and then I think I'm
There's
trying
a
to get
bunch
more
of them,
info on the Guam Radiology. Is I think they are just a collection point for public health, so all the tests they take there go to the public health lab, and we're just trying to figure out who calls. Is it public health that calls for those results? Marcy had a question here. Do we know definitively how many of the cases are Omicron or Delta? We do not. What they do is they take they take some samples, they send them off to Hawaii. Hawaii runs them in the lab, and then we get the results back. We did get some results back recently.
Yeah, usually, Marcy, it's for for 10-day intervals, at a time, and for usually like a week and a half. I believe this last one was for December 16th to the 27th.
Yeah, so they never send they're not going to send 300 samples to Hawaii or the CDC. It's usually
but
just
when
about
we get those back,
10 or 20.
they do break it down.
They do, and we got some back recently, and it was they were almost all Omicron.
Well, yeah, we sent 9 samples over to Hawaii's lab, and then 7 of them were Omicron, 2 of them were Delta.
Right. Thank you, Jay.
Yeah.
752. Jason,
can I just mention the vaccine opportunities real
please
quick?
Do, Jay. Come on.
If you do, if anything, if the situations of late have motivated you to get the shot, if you have not to this point, no judgment whatsoever, no shade, no hate, anything like that. You're helping out the community, you're keeping yourself safe. So if you want to get a shot to get the vaccine, you can get it at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse, of course. They're available Monday through Wednesday, and then Friday 11 to 5. And then Saturday, 11 to 7. So now they've got extended hours. What you need to do is make an appointment to go to tinyurl.com/VAXGuam. That's for UOG. If you want to get vaccinated at either the Dedido or Inalahan Public Health Centers. Now, this is for vaccination. Remember, I said the testing. I know this is a little bit confusing, but the testing is booked today down in Inalahan. But if you want to get vaccinated, if you want to get the shot, you can go to tinyurl.com/COVID-stops-with-me and make an appointment with Eventbrite there. After school vaccination clinics continue tomorrow. That's going to happen up here in Dedido at Weddingale Elementary School from 3 to 6. Then on Wednesday, that's going to happen from 3 to 6. Also over down in Talafofo at the elementary school there in the village. And then in Sinanya on Friday from 3 to 6 at CL Titano Elementary School. So those are the after-school programs. But if you want to get tested, first shot, second shot, booster, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, what have you. Those are available right now. And, of course, the big thing that you want to know, Chris, for people that are symptomatic or have a little bit stronger symptoms is the monoclonal antibody treatment clinic that is normally open at the Manila Center is temporarily closed starting today because of a shortage of the treatments. A new shipment is expected in just a few days' time.
Right, and so I know people are wondering, without this treatment in place, what's it going to mean? Well, I don't know. It won't be good if we do have cases of the Delta, because they're saying the Omicron's very mild. And I know GMH has also discontinued their monoclonal antibody treatment. So I guess when we get Dr. Ho on, we'll ask, because I just want to know, without this treatment in place, are we now worried that because that's kind of like the middle of testing positive and here's hospitalization, you get the monoclonal antibody treatment to stay out of the hospital. So now that we're not doing that, are we concerned that we might see more hospitalizations? I mean, it is going to be kind of a wait and see, which is exactly what we're going to do. Jay, you have something there?
Yeah, so this past Saturday, there's a vaccination support clinic for families of children with disabilities. And this happened on this past Saturday at the Barrigada Mayor's office. A similar clinic is going to be held. The 29th is Saturday, so that's this Saturday at the Dedido Mayor's office. And Saturday is the 29th, right? Yes, that's Saturday. Thank you, Windows calendar. So January 29th at the Dedido Mayor's Office, a support clinic for families of children with disabilities. Its first dose is Saturday, 9 in the morning until 3. Second, or the booster dose is available Saturday, 9 a.m. to 3 as well. Kind of the same conditions for that. If you are a parent or legal guardian of a young one, you must provide that minor's birth certificate. You must have a photo ID for yourself. The minor must be accompanied by you, so you can't just send them, to go get a shot like Chris and I would be sent to the store to go buy like cigarettes or ice when we were kids by our uncles. And if you are a guardian, you must provide some sort of documentation about the guardianship. Now, if you are a person with a disability or a senior citizen, you can call 311 and hit option number 2 for more information about vaccination opportunities available to you. So also vaccination clinics clearly for people with disabilities as well as our beloved Manamco.
Thank you, Jay. Did you give out those numbers?
Yes. So so the number again, 671-635-7525 or 7526. That is for the Dedido Northern Regional Health Clinic. They should be open in, probably like less than 5 minutes right now. If you are symptomatic and you need to make an appointment to be tested.
Thank you, Jay. We're going to take a quick break.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
There
There's
is,
just a lot of numbers, a lot of like schedules and everything like that. But we're going to straighten it out all for you. That's what we do on this show.
That's what we do around here. It's 7:58. We're coming up on our 8 o'clock newscast, which is brought to you by Pacific Point. So we're going to take a quick break and come back with more of the show next, right here on the link, which is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&E and Calvo Enterprises, Inc. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV 8 and KUAM TV 11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Buenas Sanhafadi. Part of taking care of yourself is participating in cancer screening. Make it a point to see your doctor at least once a year for an annual visit to discuss your risk and to determine which tests are right for you. Many tests are free or covered by insurance, and there may be programs to help those who don't have insurance. Cancer screening can save your life. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. So learn more at cancer.org/getscreened.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Magonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Kicking back, sipping on a cold one. Now what you think about that? That's life. Here on this island paradise. Yo, I'm going back soon, but I might think twice, cause that city life is way too fast. Yo, I'd rather stay in Guam because this life is bad. Sand beaches, surrounded by my nature. No need to worry about these player haters and my culture. I got love for my people, still rapping Guam, staying true to my chat loose. Let me take you to an island where the sun
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning, my friend.
And you know what? It is a rather tough afternoon for Mr. Tom Brady as he and the defending world champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers at home.
Are they done?
They're down 17 points in the late in the third quarter. They have managed only a field goal.
Yes.
Rams and triple crown wide receiver All-Pro Cooper Kupp. Matthew Stafford hit him on a 70-yard touchdown.
Right. Okay.
They are taking it to the Bucs right now.
Yep. Where can people catch the football action? That's why we're not on KUAM TV, guys.
Yeah, that's on NBC right now, so you can watch that. And then at 9:30, we've also got the Buffalo Bills heading to Arrowhead to play in a very, very loud.
Wow. This is a classic matchup, man. Bills and the Chiefs.
Yeah. That goes back way. There's a lot of history between those two teams. You know, like old school Chiefs, Len Dawson. You're talking about like the old Bills, O.J. Simpson. Which can we even talk about that anymore?
O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
Well, he was a football player. Who else was on the Bills?
Wound up being a couple other things.
Yeah. Who else was on? Who was their quarterback?
For the Bills?
Yeah.
I mean, more. You know, talking about like Jim Kelly and Thurman Thomas.
Yeah, Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly, oddly enough, played linebacker in high school.
Wow. Oh, now you took me back. Yeah, Jim Kelly, Thurman Thomas. It's 8:04. Let's go to the phones, though. 671-637-0094. Good morning, sir. You had a question?
Yes. I have an appointment. Which line is for the appointment? There's two lines here.
Oh, man. That would suck you on the wrong line. I want to say it's the one on the left, though, from when I was there last week.
Uh-huh.
I believe it's the one on the left.
Okay.
I hope so, sir, but there's no one there to help you, right?
There's the way in the front.
Right. So can you tell us why you're going to get tested today?
Yeah, I had close contact with my son. So he was tested positive Wednesday of last week.
Wow. And so you waited, 5 days? Is that what?
Yes. I work for the government. They're like, okay, you need to go get tested after 5 days. You need to get a clearance before you can come back to work.
Right. Which government you work for?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so, wow, good luck. When did you make your appointment?
I was able to make it on Saturday.
For today?
Yes.
What time's your appointment for, sir?
It's for 10:30 to 11, but a friend of mine's like, don't wait just go there early.
Yeah, I feel bad for the people who are showing up at 10:30, 11, be like, no, I got an appointment. You said it's appointment-based. I'm here.
Yes, because he was saying that even if you have an appointment, there's times that they would turn you away.
Yeah, definitely we're hearing that.
So I'm hoping that doesn't happen to me because I won't be able to go back to work.
That's the other thing is like people are not just going to get tested for funsies. I mean, maybe some are, but they're going to get tested because they have to go back to what's called a job where they make this thing called the American dollars that pays the bills.
You got to have a job if you want to get with me.
Right?
Correct,
How are you feeling though, sir?
I'm okay. I have no symptoms, but my work's like you gotta go get tested and do what you need to do.
Do you mind if we ask, are you vaccinated?
I got all three.
Oh, you got all of the shots in you.
Yes, I do.
Right on. How's your mental health, sir, if you don't mind us asking?
It's between 1 to 10. It's about maybe a 6.
10 is what, like yee-hee?
10 is like, oh my gosh. Yeah.
Bad, oh my gosh?
Oh my gosh, like, oh my gosh.
Like, because there's different kinds of oh my gosh. It's like, oh my gosh. Like, yeah, and then there's like, oh my gosh. Oh.
Oh my gosh, I'm going crazy.
Wow. So what are some of the things that are affecting your mental health, sir?
Well, first of all, my son got it, and he's young. He's about 21 years old, and we were just freaking out. He was freaking out. So we were trying to call public health, what to do, but nobody was answering. So we had friends who went through it, and they just told us, what to do, what to expect.
I think anybody who's running for office this year, the perfect campaign slogan would be like, if elected, I will make sure they answer the phone.
Yes.
I mean, that has got to be one of the top complaints that we get during this pandemic is we had just had someone comment to Jay, did you see that? This lady saying she called 311 61 times. Wow. Where is that? It's right up here. Sorry. I was embellishing a little. It was only 32 times. My bad. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. She comments here after 32. Yeah. She comments after 32 attempts to get through to 311 Friday morning. Finally, someone picks up. Having to make an appointment to get tested is ridiculous. To wait for appointment day. Busta, already people are getting infected while they're waiting for their appointment.
Hey, sir, this is Jason. Have you seen like the little golf cart with either some guardsmen or like maybe like medical staff? Or have they gotten anywhere near you?
No, they're way in the front.
They're way in the front. Okay,
They usually stay way in the front.
And what they're probably doing is like asking people like, are you symptomatic? And then if they are, they're going to move those people.
Yeah.
Like,
but sir, when I was there last week, it was the sign on the left that had an appointment, and the right was for walk-ins. God, I hope I'm right. I really do.
Yeah, Daniel did like a whole story about that, about how they've actually got the two lines. But yeah. And when did you make your appointment, if I may ask, sir?
Traffic light. So, I made my appointment Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, you did it Saturday. Okay.
So what? You're at the traffic light?
Yeah, we're stuck. The line's already up to the traffic light.
Wow.
And you're talking about the traffic light to enter T-Gen on the GDOE side?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
What do you think the government should do, sir?
Well, the government get off there, and let's take care of business with the people of Guam. Our elected officials are not, giving us information, especially our governor. So I don't know. But election's coming up, and we'll see.
Yeah, election's coming up. You guys like to complain, and then you go and vote the same way. So it's a good money.
Yes.
All right, sir. You know what it is? Okay. Remember when Skinner Plaza, when they put up the Christmas lights, and it's like all hands on deck, and everyone. That's what they need to do with this damn testing. It should be all hands on deck. Everybody out. Come on.
Yeah, they should.
Hi,
Hey, sir, I want to ask you a question, but I don't know if this is going to make you like any more anxious. Are you a football fan, sir?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to ask you like, is your team the Rams or the Buccaneers? Because depending on which way that is, you could be even more stressed.
Yeah, I think all the Tom Brady fans are feeling symptoms.
My team didn't make it, so.
What's your team?
Okay. Seahawks.
Oh yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, you got family up in the Pacific Northwest, sir?
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yes.
A lot of Chamorros like around Federal Way, around MLK.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Well, sir, we're praying for your son. We hope you're okay, guys. And I don't know if you want to roll down your window, and I don't think they want you to get out of the car.
No, I don't.
Yeah. All right, sir.
Okay, you guys have a good day.
And
You
hey,
too.
sir, we're here for the next 2 hours too. So I mean, if you want to call back,
Call back,
give us
yeah.
an update.
I will.
Okay, if your mental health goes like up more or down, just give us a call. Okay, we're here for you.
We'll keep you company, man. You're not alone.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's that. Right on.
Okay, Chris, I do have some inspiring news for you.
Yeah.
The Rams scored again.
The Rams scored again. Yes.
27-3.
Yes. Thank you.
At home.
You got to get a good lead against that Brady guy, like a really good one. It's 8/11, Monday, January 24th. So, yeah, our people this morning, the theme, we're hearing from a lot of people who are just, again, having the issues, and it's affecting their mental health. Isn't that crazy? All these people who called up about their mental health, they're all frustrated by the government's COVID-19 response.
Okay, you've been tested how many times now, Chris?
Oh, 25, maybe like, I want to say 5 or 6.
I was tested yesterday.
I feel like we're the last people who don't have COVID on Guam. Knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
Yeah, and we've had our share of close calls too.
I was tested yesterday. I used the last of like the home kit, so that was the 8th time I've been tested. What's the longest? My question is, what's the longest you ever have sat waiting to be tested or waiting for your results? Because I can't imagine what like these good people like sitting in line or going through right now. The longest I ever waited, I think, was hour and a half.
Yeah,
and that was in the middle of last year's surge.
You're right.
I got tested at SDA clinic, but
wow.
I mean, total pros and everything like that. There was just a lot of people.
Yep, there's just a lot of people. When you tell people go get tested, know their status, then guess what? They're going to go get tested, and we still don't have an additional testing site. But I guess they are doing what they can, right?
And I feel bad for the guy because like he made an appointment. He
Yeah.
got in.
Yes.
Made an appointment for today,
Yes,
and his appointment's for what he said 10:30.
Yeah.
And he's lining up
now
at 7:45 in the morning.
Yep, but guess what? Our people, we just get used to it. And that's what these politicians, they know. That you could give the people of Guam the short end of the stick, and we will just make sure that we can hang on to that short end of that stick. And we'll just get used to it. And that's exactly what's happening now. I mean, I wonder, though, down there at the testing site, are people upset? Probably not, because they just know, what is that? It is what it is. You know what I mean?
Okay, so again, testing today at Teason as the gentleman, hopefully things start to move a little bit smoother as the engine starts to warm up, as it were.
Yeah. Elizabeth has a good comment here. I hear the market is out of veggies and lettuce. Yeah, there's a little bit of an issue. I don't know if you guys had heard.
Oh yeah.
Most especially with the pre-bagged greens, because my mom, she does this meal prep for us. Thank you, Mom. And she'll always get the pre-mixed salads, and then she'll mix them all together and do like a salad and stuff for us. And we haven't been able to get that. But guys, kudos to the local farmers for stepping up, because I know that they are filling some of those gaps, especially with the bananas. 8:13. Let's go ahead and get into our first look at news. Are we going to start with the weather? I guess we could.
Yeah, we certainly can, because Landon is here right now.
I know you don't want to keep him waiting, so we'll go ahead and get into the weather here on this Monday, January 24th. I'm turning it over to Jason Solis for 8 o'clock newscast here, brought to you by Pacific Points on a Monday morning at 8:13. Good morning, Jason.
All right, good morning, and good morning, Landon. Let's go all the way over to we stay in Teason from that last gentleman's call and everything like that. Landon, I got to ask you, I know you go into the office real early there at the NWS and everything like that, but are you already starting to see, when you go in, in the wee hours of the morning, some of the effects of that traffic?
At 4 o'clock this morning and saw 4 cars out there just after 4 o'clock.
Wow.
So people are lining up, and that was much the case last year with Reverend Tax, with people lining up along Barrigada, and they were up there early in the morning. And I cannot imagine sitting in the car that long waiting to get stuff done. It's bad enough having to wait in line inside the building. So yeah, people are lining up early to get that initial test. And I just got a report from one of our forecasters coming through that intersection of the Barrigada post office. That stoplight is malfunctioning, so traffic is backed up in both directions.
We had a caller telling us about that too.
Yeah, so that's ongoing right now. So people are coming into the office late as usual. I'm just kidding. But watch out for that stoplight in Barrigada Post Office, National Guard.
Now, the only thing
weather-wise, go ahead.
The only thing that can make it, and I'm knocking on wood here, the only thing that could make situations in Teason maybe even a little more intolerable is if the weather was not bad. And fortunately, that's not the case right now, and that's your wheelhouse and everything like that. So thank goodness the sun is out. It's a nice bright and shiny day because gosh, my heart goes out to people who have to get tested and the people who work at the testing site when it's raining.
Yeah, I'm thinking back on Saturday. That was a phenomenal winter day on Guam. It was just nonstop rain, clouds, and winds. And so we're not seeing that today. We still have a little bit of stuff just south of us, but nothing significant. I'm going to turn my camera around so you can all see what we're looking at to start out this day. Much, much drier. You're seeing some clear blue skies up overhead right now as the clouds are pushing off just to our south and west. The axis of that shear line is pretty much phasing out, but it's still just south of us. So if it wobbles up a little bit northward, we could see more clouds and showers briefly throughout the day, but not anything like what we had on Saturday. So this is our current look at the radar. These butterfly wings, that indicates the stronger winds out over the waters, and that's been persisting for the last several days. Over the last days, we had sustained winds up to 23 miles per hour on Saturday, 28 miles per hour on Sunday, and 21 miles per hour on Friday. Those peak wind gusts we had on those days were 31 miles per hour on Friday, 33 on Saturday, and 32 on Sunday. So it has been blowing out there, especially if you're on the eastern side of the island, up in the hills, the plateaus, or on the waters, which we hope many of you were not in the waters because the waves were crashing over the weekend. So here's a visible satellite showing what we're looking at as the daytime comes around. Sorry for that feedback there, but that's our diffuse shear line hanging on for dear life right now as it's going to be phasing out in the next day or so with those remaining clouds and showers starting to fade out gradually. And that shear line goes well across the Western Pacific, Central Pacific, up to northwest of Hawaii. So that's impacting much of the ocean as that old cold frontal boundary. What do we have in store for the rest of the week? Well, let's go into the slides, Jason.
Gotcha.
Still, the season surf remain hazardous out there. High surf advisory remains in effect through this afternoon for north-facing reefs. There's a high risk of rip currents for north and east-facing reefs for those strong rip currents. Small craft advisory remains in effect for winds and combined seas greater than 10 feet. The Guam fire danger, of course, has taken a tumble over the weekend with the much-needed rainfall. We are down to moderate right now, but the week ahead, drier and warmer, and not anything to be excited about. It's just going to be warmer because we're going to have sunlight. Will we have another shear line this weekend? That's a possibility. So that might be more Friday. So it doesn't look as strong a signal as what we had for this last weekend event. For Micronesia
those shear lines,
surf
for whatever
advisories,
reason, they really seem to like our weekends. It's like we got good solid weather throughout the week, and then for whatever reason, like Saturday and Sunday are shear line days.
You know, that's how it turns out. You think back to 2015 and 2018, a lot of our tropical cyclones, they were coming through on the weekends and ruining plans. And I used to joke with Josh Takinko at GBB in 2015. They kept having all these events planned throughout spring and early summer, and they had to cancel several of them because of tropical cyclones. So, as long as you keep planning events, we're going to have to keep canceling them. So
don't say that too loud, because Carl Gutierrez, in charge of GBB, he's coming up next, so don't make him any more stressed.
Oh, good. Carl, you'll be fine, and we'll talk if you have any concerns. So give me a holler anytime, Carl.
Good to know.
Moving forward, just to hit up those hazards out there, the risk of rip currents is high, and also the hazardous surf, and that's for north-facing and east-facing reefs of Guam and the Sinai, and that's much as the case a week ago. For the current conditions, it is chilly out there this morning. It was 78 degrees here at the Guam airport in the last hour, 78 in Saipan, but the temperatures are going to be creeping up. Blustery winds out there, 18 gusts, 25 miles per hour at the 6 o'clock hour, and similar conditions in Saipan. Yesterday's rainfall was just over a quarter, so we're above normal for the month, which is great because, again, that's going to mitigate the fire danger, at least in the near term, as we go in toward the dry season. If you look at the chart on the right, this is the hourly observations from our airport observations. Look at those temperatures, 77 degrees at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 77, 4 o'clock, 77, 3 o'clock. We had a peak or a maximum temperature that day of 81 degrees. Normal for this time of the year is 85. So it was a chilly day on Saturday. You did not want to be out in the water. And if you have friends and family in the States dealing with the snow across multiple states, let them know we feel their pain. I know it was down to 12 degrees in North Carolina. The next slide's going to show you exactly where we are. This is my dad on the right, making the most of his snow day in Elizabeth City. So they had anywhere between 4 and 8 inches of snow in Elizabeth City over the weekend. So I was actually toying the idea of flying over there, see the snow, and come right back. But I just had too much work to do this weekend.
With all due respect, Landon, to your family and everything like that, we've had them on the show. I mean, they're wonderful people. You guys are either incredibly brave or out of your damn minds.
I think it's a little bit of both. I think more for my dad, he's out of his mind. Brandon and myself were brave. and we'll stick with that. On the left side, this is my friend's photo from Carthage, New York. They had 17 inches of snow up there. So wow. Beautiful blizzard-like conditions. I experienced that once in northern Japan a number of years ago. My brother and I went there for a weekend ski trip, and it just happened to be a blizzard that weekend, and it couldn't have been a better situation for us. So we enjoyed it. Whiteout conditions, and that's the way I like it when I'm on vacation. The next slide showing the drought situation. We had some abnormally dry conditions creeping in across the Marianas. That is all gone because of the much needed rainfall this last week. Our fire danger is down to moderate, down from high a week ago, but we are watching drought, of course, in the easternmost islands across our region. And next slide showing the winds across the open waters. We still have that shear line just south of us. That's going to be fading out, weakening as it moves off toward the east and fizzling out. We are watching a circulation southwest of Palau. That's no threat to Palau or the Marianas Islands. That'll be going in towards Mindanao, bringing rainfall and thunderstorms there. So no tropical weather threats for us as we are in full-blown winter mode. And of course, the next slide will show the season surf out there. That is, of course, the threat that we have to deal with across the region for the next month or two with these shear lines and these boundaries coming across the North Pacific. Season surf will be elevated for the days to come. We are looking at 9 to 11 foot combined seas with surf up to around 10 feet along north and east facing reefs. So watch out if you're going to be near the coastlines, especially north and east facing. Stay out of the waters. When in doubt, don't go out. And if you want to swim at Tumon Bay, make sure there's a lifeguard on duty near the stand, because even close to the shore, those currents will be pretty strong in Tumon Bay.
And if it's 77 degrees, why would you anyway? That's crazy.
Yeah, especially when you get out of the water and the wind's blowing, you're going to feel a chill when you get out of that water. So watch out for that. For the week ahead, those clouds are going to be fading out throughout the day, becoming partly cloudy. Combined seas will be elevated today with the surf as well. Scattered showers will be tapering off, becoming isolated, but the winds will stay up. By midweek, much drier. It's going to be pleasant, warmer, sunnier. And by the weekend, we could see a little bit of a shear line on Friday, so watch out for that. Stay tuned to forecasts in the coming days. I don't see the strong signal for a major shear line event like what we had this last weekend, but we could see a little bit of a pulse of energy and an uptick in showers by the end of the week.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the most amazing thing to me is, like, again, you and your predictions are always like spot on. The sun actually comes up at 6:48 on the dot. That is just crazy, having grown up here.
Yeah, and our days are getting longer, so more sunlight soon.
Yeah, it's like we start the show and Chris is like doing his like, good morning. He actually wakes the chickens up. They're not even awake.
I saw a joke about somebody sleeping in late, and it turned out they ate the chicken that woke them up. So it happens.
All right. Well, hey, we appreciate it. So if anything, we'll see you this weekend, and we'll probably see those shear lines again this weekend. But looks like a good week weather-wise.
Yeah, enjoy the weather. It's definitely going to be a breath of fresh air, so we can focus on other stuff. And God knows my desk is covered in other stuff to deal with. So.
Well, it is a busy desk that indicates the productivity of a man, so we appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, and have a great day.
All right, you too. Have a good weekend. And let us know if the traffic situation improves there through Teason and everything like that, because we've been getting reports about that traffic light and whatnot. So.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot, man. That's Landon Idlet, of course, with your work week weather forecast here on the link each and every Monday. It's brought to you by our friends at Docomo Pacific. Thank you to them for bringing you the very latest in weather. Chris, we have some tourism news coming up in the show.
Yeah, we do, Jake. Former Governor Carl Gutierrez, GVB CEO, is on the way, as well as Dr. Hoa Wen of American Medical Center Family and Clinics. But right now, it's time for our 8 o'clock newscast, brought to you by Pacific Points. Jason, good morning.
All right, and we do thank our friends at Pacific Points for their sponsorship of your link update each and every day here on the link. Beginning today, the monoclonal antibody therapy treatment clinic at the Manila Senior Citizen Center closes until further notice. It's because of a shortage of the REGEN-COV medication. However, a shipment should arrive in a few days. And speaking of the antibodies, at last week's press conference, Public Health gave an update on those still receiving the treatment, along with the confirmed arrival of the COVID antiviral pill. Here's more on that story.
The data from the other countries and nationally seem to indicate that the monoclonal antibodies that we've been using have not been as effective against Omicron, but there is one, Sotrovimab, which is. So we still have in the armamentarium monoclonal antibodies and antivirals that have activity against this variant.
Lead epidemiologist for State Epidemiological Outcomes Work Group, Dr. Annette David, speaking on the treatments available on island against Omicron and other variants. Dr. David speaks on a different type of monoclonal antibody known as Sotrovimab, which is effective against Omicron. They are laboratory-made proteins designed to mimic the natural antibodies produced by the immune system. Whether Public Health will order this version of the MAB therapy remains to be seen.
Number one, if you have symptoms or think you've been exposed, get tested so you know if you're infected. And if you are infected and you have any sort of high-risk condition, that you immediately go see your physician to see if you're a candidate for treatment for the monoclonals or the antiviral.
As we reported, there are patients who take the MAB treatment but do not respond to it. Public Health Interim Chief Medical Officer Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero says that those who do respond to the MAB treatment are those infected with the Delta and not the Omicron variant. Public Health ordered the COVID antiviral pill for those not responding to the MAB therapy, and it was confirmed that the COVID pills had arrived. COVID-19 Public Health Emergency Incident Commander Fernando Esteves.
We have received our first shipment of Paxlovid. Unfortunately, it's not a large one. We've received 80 courses that we'll be looking to deploy as part of our arsenal.
According to public health officials, the pills have not been distributed yet. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
We stay with Island Healthcare now, as telemedicine has not been available on Guam for too long, but it's already helped many of our island residents. It's been exactly a year since the island's only public hospital has been using this method of treatment. Here's Daniel once again with this story.
It's the one-year anniversary of the Guam Memorial Hospital's use of telemedicine, which is all the ways that residents and their doctors can use technology without being in the same room. This method includes the use of phone calls, video chats, emails, and text messages. Clinical Nurse Informatics Supervisor Paula Manzin.
We wanted to solve a very simple problem that we had, which was we didn't have an ICU physician. Not that we didn't have an ICU physician, but we wanted to expand our ICU physician capability here in the hospital.
Manzin said that at the time, GMH only had one ICU physician, Dr. Jolene Uggan. Since Dr. Uggan was working nonstop when the pandemic hit, they wanted to find a way to alleviate some of the workload offer, thus starting the telemedicine program. Over the year, Manzin shared just how many patients have been treated with this method.
So we have been treating many patients in the ICU. So our program started out in the ICU, and then it expanded to the ER and also now neonatology. So many patients.
For those curious about the neonatology patients, it means that newborn infants, especially the ill or those born prematurely, are treated using telemedicine as well. According to Manzin, every patient admitted into the ER will see a telemedicine hospitalist, and from there, treatment begins.
If you are in the ER and you're going to be admitted into the hospital, then you will see the hospitalist. That's a telemedicine hospitalist. But we also have on-site hospitalists that work hand in hand with the telemedicine admissionists, is what we call them, with that.
Manzin stated that the telemedicine hospitalist is always a doctor assigned to help with your treatment. She added that GMH is trying to expand the telemedicine program to offer more services such as rheumatology to help treat patients that suffer from arthritis and other diseases of the joints, muscles, and bones. GMH uses many telemedicine methods, with one being video calls.
They have a high definition camera that can see the whole room in a wide angle lens. They also have a high definition camera handheld that we could point to the skin if we wanted to go closer, or to the ventilators if they want to see the ventilator settings or any of the machines. And then we also have a stethoscope that you can put on the chest to hear the heart and the lung sounds.
Residents that were treated using this method have reported good results about the program. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network. About the program. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Well, the Make-A-Wish Foundation, in other news, is holding a virtual talent show to support kids with critical illnesses here on Guam and up in the CNMI. Hannah Devanzo explains in this story.
The Make-A-Wish Foundation is looking to the community to help them fundraise through participating in a virtual talent show open to all ages and all talents. President and CEO for the Guam CNMI chapter, Eric Tidingo.
Things are difficult for a lot of the nonprofits who rely on the generosity of fundraising events. You know, and typically in the past, we would rely heavily on events like 5Ks or galas, big, you know, that involve big gatherings indoors. So a lot of those activities, depending on the severity of what's happening with COVID and the number of cases, those almost can't be guaranteed. And so this is a kind of a nice, fun way for people to adhere to the COVID guidelines and the restrictions.
Viewers will have the chance to vote by donating money to their favorite talent. The individual who raises the most money will win the talent show. All proceeds go to the foundation.
You can submit a video as late as February 7th, and then we will announce the winner on the 9th. But the later you submit the video, then the less opportunity you have to promote your video to your friends and family, and that's how the funds are raised.
Some of the prizes for the top 5 winners include
ITE is donating a mobile phone with some airtime. We've got room stays at the Hyatt, $100 gift certificates to like Outback, fuel cards from Shell, bunch of stuff.
If interested in enrolling, call the Make-A-Wish Foundation's office 671-649-9474 or go to their social media pages where links to register are provided. The winners will be announced on February 9. Reporting for Guam's News Network, I'm Hannah.
Of course, we always thank our friends at Pacific Points for bringing you the link update each and every day where you can do more, get more with Pacific Points. And now let's go to Uncle King Conception for a look at headlines in Chamorro.
Waras na napaday tiget sunto bitunod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Aji N95 sa ni KN95 na mask sa mas malig na proteksyon gin ni COVID. Sa Centers of Disease Control and Prevention na marekomenda na sabi si mas malig na mask ni na sinya Interim Chief Medical Officer para Departamento de Salud Publico si Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero asangan nag-iesti na topiko masya hafaw na sabi parang tampi fasumo sa nigweng mo sa malig na kanoy tadza. Masya aji magago na mask ni tiko malig na proteksyon malig na kanoy tadza proteksyon. Si Dr. Annette David, a lead epidemiologist para State Epidemiological Outcomes Work Group, asangan mas na informasyon niya ano pago sa inti mas mafno di matirari mas malik, sa inti mas dangkulo mas maulig lokwi. Lenya itay mano na klasen mas una sabi sa sempre sisu, preo aza na di tay mano para unusa, jangko to di tempo na sa sabi. Mas asunto, para mahutong nga di gumay Girl Scouts ki sa tamuning temporaryo sa pari mahatmi gunigi alatsa. Iskari famalawan sa masuspepet sa na mahatmi lugad. Gidiak 15 estay dia 18 gi Enero. Kamuguan formasyon mo podeste na malabida, mafaisin komunidad no ma-report guate gi Girl Scouts. Pasano agang gi GPD, gisay 71 472 8911. Sa pari mahatmi sa madzulang ilugad, mawud sa Girl Scout na guma hasta kay manmanaay notisya. Sinong kantay Girl Scouts ginto niya Facebook na playgo, pad email gigbombgirlscouts@gmail.com. Yuto mo na suntog ifinut sa moro para pag na Lunes gin ni KUAM News. Adi senseso na mensahe ni manauopan sa lumiliko gi grupon mengwentus, gi WhatsApp na medan sosyal, doon na fansatsat hinasusudan ni Isla Siha sa Timagahid. Sigon ni spokesperson para Guam Police Department si Berlin Savilla. Esi Timagahid na mensahe no masasangan nagwahas siya tato gobernamento, sempi man matukati gumamizo, pero fan manai mas ni bineno sa sinya ni nalalango, pas masakengwa na sempre ni kusas mo gialong guma. Kamagwa kuston mo pod esti, pamalago na pun report tay gwini na klase insidente, kanta ki Guam Police Dispatch gisay 71 475 86 16 47. Para emergency agang 911 pat 911. Para Guam News Network, Guausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafakto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With MoneyMap, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be. With MoneyMap from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Hey, good morning, 8:36, Monday, January 24th, 4th, Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Proud to present this episode of The Link on a Monday. Dr. Hoa Wen joins us now in the KUAM News Link Zoom room. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Well, first of all, just right out the gate, all morning long, we've been getting a lot of people calling up and complaining about, testing, backup, no appointments. They're not getting the results in a timely manner. I know you've been listening to the show, but just your reaction to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I tell you, we were doing pretty good there with the Binax because the Binax is pretty simple to run. But the problem is we kind of run out the Binax. So we have a new test now called the Q test. And the Binax is the antigen test. So it's processed right there at the site because it's very simple to use, a little card. But with the Q test, it's a molecular test. And it's very, very, very good test. But unfortunately, you cannot run at the site. You have to run it in an office or back at the lab. And the Q test, it takes the full 20 minutes to run each test. So yeah, that's going to be more likely the reason why it backed up so much. Because if you have to run 1,000 plus tests per night on the Q test or the PCR, it's going to get you behind pretty quick.
Doc, I also wanted to get your comment on the monoclonal antibody treatment has been closed until further notice. And I know that that's kind of like how we keep people out of the hospital. So are you concerned at all about that?
Yes, right now we know that the majority of infections are Omicron, but there's a few Delta still out there. And Omicron tend to affect people in the upper airway, but the Delta is still in the lower airway. So without the monoclonal antibody, there's a risk that the people get infected that might end up in the hospital. That's kind of the way that we trying to decrease the risk of hospitalization by about 80 to 85%. So I think that we're going to keep our eye closed very closely the next few days until we get to the new shipment coming in. I know there's a antiviral pill, the Paxlovid here on island already. They try to work out a system to see what the most efficient way to get it to the public. But I think that the earliest can get to the public probably Tuesday or Wednesday. So I hope that the process that's easy as a monoclonal antibody, that the community provider can write a prescription and the patient goes somewhere and pick up a prescription. That's the easiest way. But I think the process won't be out till about Tuesday or Wednesday.
Doc, the governor came out with an address last week in which she said that we're okay. GMH is protected, even though we're getting a lot of these, triple digit positives. She said that most of the cases are mild. Would you share her optimism about the state of the hospital?
Even on a non-COVID scenario, both GMH and GRMC most of the time the max capacity with the non-COVID patient admission already. As you can remember, even before the COVID come, sometimes the hospital, you have people waiting in the hallway because there's no bed. So I think that any admission to the hospital, either GRMC or GMH, with COVID patient, we create a lot of burden to the hospital and put the staff at risk. So I know that admission right now hover around the 20, but that's a lot of work for the healthcare provider and the clinical staff at the hospital. So I think that even the symptom are mild, we still prefer not to have anyone that in the hospital with COVID, or keep at least in a single digit number. So it's much more manageable. But you can see if you talk to the hospital, their clinical staff are also down, both hospitals, because of infection. So they stress themselves out a lot more. So I think that we have to be very carefully kind of think that it's okay in the hospital. It's never okay. Like I say, even before the COVID come, we really need to be careful and try to keep the number of infection admission in the hospital as low as possible, like say in a single digit, if we can.
Right, because it's not just like, when you see these COVID-19 hospitalizations, I don't know, but people may think that they get an image of that's all there is at GMH, but that's on top of an already overtaxed and overworked hospital.
Yes, it's not like the same people stay in the hospital, you discharge 3, you admit 3, so those are new patients. It's not the same people in the hospital. The admission, the length of stay is shorter, but it's not the same people. Like I say, you discharge them, you admit right away. So that's why the number don't go down that much, because it's a new admission. So as you can see, the Omicron might be mild, it affects the upper airway, but they still have people admitted. And the one that we have to be very careful at this point, at the clinic level, what we see is that the positive number, mostly in the young one, 18 to 39, we have not hit the elderly with comorbidity. That's what we have to watch for. Once the infection Omicron spread from the younger one to the one with comorbidity in the elderly one, that's when we have to be careful, because the admission will go up on the elderly. They don't have the same immune system as the 18 to 39. So we are just at the beginning. We still have a few more weeks to go. So I hope that when it gets to the elderly comorbidity, that they fare the same as the younger one.
I know Dr. Berg had thrown out a February 1st date to the end of this surge, but I was able to ask Dr. Annette David about that Friday, and she said that was a very hopeful estimate. Did you have any?
From February 1st is next week. I really doubt that this is going to be over next week. I can say if we're lucky, if we're going to get by the end of February. It's going to go up still, and the number is still going to triple digit for a few weeks.
Oh, man, sorry, ladies. We had a really good Valentine's Day planned for you, but your doctor's orders, we're going to have to do this from 6 feet apart, if that. Doctor, was something else, too, I wanted to talk to you about. It's something that's been in the media.
I think that people have to understand that the vaccine are very good and keep you away from the hospital, the severity of the disease. But we know now the vaccine does not prevent you from getting infection. So we really highly encourage people to try to decrease the gathering as much as possible and practice your 3W as much as possible. Again, the vaccine does not prevent you from getting infection. The main purpose we know now is to decrease severity of the infection.
Right. Doctor, was something else that's been in the media for the last couple of weeks relative to a couple patients who have filed complaints against local doctor Ugochukwu Okoma. And this has reached, I know that you caught the meeting with the Guam Board of Medical Examiners wherein one of these patients was trying to speak to the Board of Medical Examiners. However, there wasn't a public comment period in that meeting and she was kind of shut down. But come to find out, another patient has surfaced with similar complaints against the doctor. Did you have any comment on that, Doc, for audience?
We in the past have been kind of people say that we are not policing ourselves as a healthcare provider. I think that we need to do better in protecting the patient for any complaint, especially a complaint as severe as this one. So I think that if the complaint had been in November, I think the medical board need to move very fast and communicate that back to the public and to the patient to let them know where the process have been, right? I mean, that's just a transparency that the medical board need to the public in order to let the public know that, hey, we are policing ourselves. You know, I didn't say that the physician do anything wrong, but at a certain point, we really need to be very transparent to the public and keep them informed of where the process has been, and also communicate with the patient. You know, I think it's very important that we have to communicate with the patient either offline or online, but we need to let the patient know that the medical board and physician do care about the patient's safety. I think that one thing that we have to hold ourselves the highest standard and ethic of them all. So we can. I think silence is not a good thing. Sometimes silence admits guilt, and it's not good in the eye of the public. So I think that I encourage the medical board member to at least reach out to the patient and update the public of where the investigation is at this point. So let the patient know that there's something done at this point, and not let them hang and no answer. I think to me, clear communication to the patient and transparency to the public is very important. So, you know, I'm looking forward for the board to put a statement out, or GMA need to put a statement out somehow to let the public know that, hey, we take this very, very serious, and and we have to look into it. And again, talk to the patient.
Right, Doc. So this is the timeline of it is pretty interesting, because I know the complaint was brought forward in November, but only at the last meeting was it revealed that Dr. Annette David will be in charge of investigating it. But what I thought was interesting was Dr. Berg had recused himself from anything to do with this complaint, but he was very active in preventing the patient from testifying at the meeting. How do we kind of like avoid the appearance of, because when people outside looking in, you know what it looks like, Doc? It looks like all these doctors are just sticking up for each other.
There's certain law and regulation that the medical board have to follow, and I'm not in the medical board, so I don't know, but even if they have law or regulation you have to follow, I think that need to be made public, so that way the public know that, hey, we just follow the rule right now, even if we don't like it. But the rule had to be followed, but we are doing something about it. I think that's important to be transparent and make the statement. Again, the whole thing about is that, the patient, the patient's always right. This is how I look at it, and you have to listen to the patient because that's what we take an oath for: protect the patient, do no harm. So we really have to live up to that oath and communicate and talk to the patient and work things out. You have to hear, even during the investigation, you need to let the patient know, hey, we listen to you and we're doing something about it.
Thank you, Doc, for your time on this Monday.
Yeah, it's okay, guys, but please be safe again. Try to do the 3W and stay away from any gathering. If you feel sick, you have symptoms, please go get tested. If you have close contact, just monitor your symptom and don't get tested too early. You gotta let people know that, if you get tested negative because you have close contact 1 or 2 days ago, doesn't mean that you're negative. You have to kind of isolate and kind of watch your symptom or quarantine yourself for the next 3 to 4 days or so, because you might be positive in about 2-3 days. So test negative. You still have to be cautious and watch the symptom. Okay, we have to somehow control ourselves in this one because there's no restriction right now. So we have to control ourselves somehow to make sure that we can get through this surge with a little damage possible and less people that lose their life in this surge.
Right.
And so be careful when your herd immunity for COVID is not going. It's kind of out the window right now. So please don't get infected.
Herd immunity. I think I heard that one before.
Yeah, it's just not going to. They change so much that that is not going to be possible unless we lock ourselves on the island and let no one in and out. But it's going to be challenging. We'll have to learn how to live with this thing. But herd immunity is something not. I don't think that Omicron proved it wrong already.
Yeah.
So
Doc, I didn't want to open that thing you sent me, but did you say there was a new variant in what is it, Denmark or something?
Yeah, there's a new variant that I know that we have to be careful, and it's an Omicron cousin. It's much more infectious than Omicron. We just have to watch to see and it's or not.
Omicron, check your prim. Doc, just on what you said about the testing, right? Just for the record, if you're a close contact of a known COVID-19 positive, when should you get tested? Because I get a lot of messages where people find out, oh my God, so-and-so is positive. Can you help me get tested right now? And you don't want to get tested right now, right? When?
Yeah, if you have close contact with someone positive, get tested anywhere from day number 4, number 5, but don't get tested the next day or the next 2 days because it's going to come back negative. Unless you're very symptomatic at that time. But if you don't have no symptoms, be patient. Just wear your mask. You can go to work, but wear your mask and just be careful with people around you and get tested 4 or 5 days later, not sooner, just because you're wasting your time and really the test right now is going to come short with the kids. So we really have to encourage people to kind of test on the appropriate day. So day number 4, number 5, the best time to be tested for close contact if you don't have no symptom. Okay, so just wear your mask around people until you get tested.
Thank you, Doc.
You're welcome, guys. Just be good and be safe.
Right on. Let's do this. Another week. Let's get it. Monday, Dr. Ho Wen, January 24th. Just a really super quick break like that. It's going to be so short. And Jason Solis is coming back with the state of tourism with Uncle Carl, former Governor Carl Gutierrez, the head of GVB. That's next, right here on the link.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Want a better look at your spending? With Money Map, you can automatically create budgets and manage where your money is going. Know when you have a green light or when it's time to slow down. Maybe cook more meals at home this week. Set your goals, track your progress, and find your way to exactly where you want to be with Money Map from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. It all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
I would dare say a time kind of the essence for Guam, too, as the strategic minds that are crafting the strategy as we try and return to economic prosperity. Foremost among those, former Governor Carl Gutierrez, who's now the CEO of the Guam Visitors Bureau. He joins us right now in the KOM News Zoom room. Gov, good morning. Always a pleasure. Buenas.
Good morning, Jason. Chris, how are you? Where I was very intrigued listening to Dr. Wynn, and I really he messaged me this thing yesterday about the bingo variants, and I said, oh no. So the best thing that we could do is probably, like he said, not look forward to a herd immunity anymore, but just be able to live with it. Because I think, as Governor said, although maybe she didn't articulate it as well as we would like to, but I understood the essence that, listen, we're okay with the hospitals and everybody's got it now. Let's just figure out if we can live with Omicron as a regular flu. But then again, we don't know what this bingo variants are going to do.
Oh, gosh.
And he's saying bingo variant because there's the B1, there's the B2, right? And there's the B2 bingo! Gov, you mentioned the Gov, and I know that she had made some comments to the media about something like tourists are itching to come to Guam.
Yes, she did. And we had a nice talk, Jerry and I and the governor, a week and a half ago. And we tried to explain to her the essence that we're not looking too much now about giving incentives, for example, to people coming here, other than what we have in place already, and which we're running out of funds for, paying for the PCR going back to Korea, for example. But the fact is that I don't know what kind of more of promotions, because when we had the Airbnb for Taiwan particularly, when we normally spend $600,000 a year to market Guam in Taiwan, the Airbnb program got us over $6 million of earned media alone. Mm-hmm. And the people already know that there's Guam there and they want to come to Guam. I don't think they're looking for incentives. Koreans are coming here right now. I know we're still giving the little incentives on the PCR, but I don't really believe that we're required to give incentives now. Guam is the incentive itself. 3.5 hours away from Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and it's as soon as you get here, it's fresh air, beautiful places to hang out on the beach, and so that in itself is an incentive for these people. They want revenge travel, and I think Guam is poised to be the closest, the best. Hawaii is out of mind already for them. They're just really marketing themselves out of existence over there for in favor of really strict monitoring and the prices they pay for you to go into a beach or to some of the attractions. Yeah. It just makes it prohibitive for these people to really go to Hawaii. They rather take that money and send it to Guam, save it and bring it to Guam. Mm-hmm. And the other thing we're looking at is that because with the advent of the military coming here en masse, not only from the ships coming in, but the families in the United States of America that want to come and see their daughter or their child here in the military, we're working out incentives for them, trying to work out with the airlines. There are charter airlines right now that take people from the United States to Japan. We're trying to work with that same airline chartering group to take them here at a cheaper rate and have them come here and unite with their people stationed here permanently or those that are making port calls.
Mm-hmm. Gov, with the changing nature of the hospitality industry here, and restrictions, not restrictions, widespread infection, herd immunity, all the different things that we've been through in this cycle of the pandemic and everything, have there been any new markets or new types of hospitality, like either attractions or types of businesses, like specific types of things to do here that have performed better during this really weird time than traditional? Because before it was always let's go to the beach, let's take a tour, let's hang out at the hotel and everything like that. Has the market shifted at all?
Well, first of all, we have to realize that there is a great market just within our own population here. Mm-hmm. And when we decided to get people to open up their own businesses that got locked down, and there are some that locked down permanently. But there are people that are buying some of these properties. I'll give you a good example. House of Chin-Fee closed down. And I asked people that I knew bought into it. I said, listen, guys, if we're going to succeed in this tourism, let's work out the economy with our own population. Open up that really iconic place, House of Chin-Fee. Mm-hmm. And Lord and behold, right now it's open. People can go there and order and take out. And hopefully soon over the next weekend, they will open up for people to go in and eat. That's the kind of encouragement we need for our own population to come out, and for our own business people, the small business, the attractions, tourist attractions, to open up because we have our own people. We have the military here too. So we're shifting back. When I first got here in July of 2020, I felt that we can work out a tourism deal with the military. So we're going back to that again, and hopefully within ourselves, we have enough people to go out and just keep the businesses moving good about it. So, I encourage people to, let's pay back these people that are bullish on the Guam economy the way it is right now, like House of Chin Phi, and show them that we appreciate them opening up.
Mm-hmm. Gov, could you give us some? You touched on some of the key markets earlier. Specifically, you were talking about Korea, but what tends to be maybe the executive summary of exactly what's going on with the Japanese and Korea market right now? You said there's an attraction like that, like maybe by comparison, maybe with us in Sydney or Cannes or Bangkok or Honolulu and some of the markets that we traditionally compete against, we actually look more advantageous.
Well, first of all, I think Korea is about 85% fully vaccinated, Japan about 80, and 79% in Taiwan. Now, all these people are thinking in their own minds that because they're vaccinated, they're a lot safer. I'm not sure about that. As Dr. Nguyen said, that you can still contract the COVID even if you're vaccinated. But the fact is that minimizes the strength of how it affects you when you get it. But Hawaii is the one that I felt, and I'm really happy that Governor Liu and Lieutenant Governor Josh is not jumping in. We beg them, do not follow the strict protocols that Hawaii is putting in. Like one, for example, that in order for them to consider you fully vaccinated, you must have that booster. And we don't want that here in Guam. I mean, that booster just gives you another level, and the protection is already there with the two shots. So I don't see that moving forward, being again put on Guam, and doing another major step for somebody to get that booster before they can travel. So that's one good thing that we're doing, is the governor is listening, and she's finally realized, I believe, by reading her comments in the paper Saturday, that there's really some controllable, but we're living with it. We just control the hospitals and see that we have enough, in case of more people needing to be in the hospital.
Mm-hmm. Would you classify the Japanese and Korean markets as profitable right now? Like, would you say, obviously it's not as good as it could be, or maybe as it should be and everything, but are you happy with the level of arrivals and how much the average tourist is spending on Guam? Is that?
We're really satisfied that in spite of the fact that there are that flights from Korea, particularly Japan, not so much, but Korea, they travel and they come here and they're really, taking that opportunity to get on that flight. Although maybe it's only once a week now with one of the airlines or two of the airlines, Korean, I think Jin Air, is that they're getting on, they're coming here, and you can see them out on the beach. They can see them out of the sites. They're seeing around museums down there and the cathedral, basilica. So Korea is really the one that we're putting a lot of focus on. Japan is hard to break in right now because of their really strict protocol. They really are, even they don't let anybody in now to for business there. And so Korea is the best bet, and Taiwan right now, they've moved back from 15 days to 7 days now in quarantine returning. So things are looking good. I think they're going to realize, as Governor Liu realized, that hey, you're not going to beat this, so let's just go and fight it ourselves individually, one at a time.
Okay. Gov, you were talking about the different types of, and you said, like, I love the fact that you cited that example of House of Chin Phi, like one of my favorite places to eat, for, like, ever since I was a kid. And, and somebody actually put that in our comments on Facebook earlier today, as they said House of Chin Phi, hallelujah, is reopened. But cultural tourism is something that obviously, like a lot of people, they take their cue from GVB and, they look to you for guidance. We haven't seen a tremendous amount of the traditional cultural exhibits here. I'm thinking maybe the Gefpagu Cultural Center and everything. Valley of the Latte is wonderful, and we were so happy when Dave Tydinko and his crew got their operations back up and running. But what guidance have you for the cultural tourism attractions?
Well, first of all, although they're in place already, like thank God for Tedinko and his group up there, Valley of the Lati, and they're going to be there, and we're going to support it as much as we can because they're the mainstay. But we, after speaking with the governor, there's got to be a long range vision that we put together, as we did back in 1995 when we put the long range vision together for Pleasure Island, and that's what you're seeing down there right now. But there's got to be a Pleasure Island too. And we're doing that right now, the seed money of $20 million plus more, hopefully. We're doing a long-range one. And the theme here is the cultural tourism. Going back to the 1970s when we opened up tourism, the people came here because of Guam itself. The people, the culture, the beauty of Guam, we're getting back to that. Instead of the cheap flights here, cheap hotels. We are upgrading ourselves, because even our children are not familiar with our own culture. And so we're putting this Famaguon thing together. It's a major vision. And hopefully in the next month, we would be unveiling this long-range vision that encompasses everybody and lightens up the load of traffic in Tumon, for example, in Ipoh, where, get the cars out. We have a good way of amassing the cars that need to go park somewhere in a very, I guess I'd say high technology way of parking. And we're doing also not only the cultural part of this theme park, but also it's into a 5G park where everybody is going to have every bit of things that they want here, the culture, for tourists and for our own people. So it's something that I saw in Christchurch, New Zealand, when I went there. Went down and I wanted to go, and I see this place where every ethnic group of people are there, not only displaying their wares, their art, their food, and also not only that, but it also upstates the thing for like a 5G park kind of stuff. And so it's something we're doing, and the governor loves it, the lieutenant governor loves it. And we're trying to make it a public-private partnership. We're working out the kinks right now. We're streamlining the design and the concept. And hopefully, when the governor returns on the 7th of February, we would present the group that would to put this thing together, not just as a GVB project, but as GVB leading it, with some of the other agencies and some of the other private people to come in and make this into a task force to get this thing done.
Okay.
And it's.
Do you have a target specific location for this, Gov, and a timeline of when you could you show it to the governor and she goes, Carl, looks good. Let's pull the trigger.
Specific location, Ipoh.
Okay.
Ipoh Park. The artist group up there in Naftan, the Coral Pit. The whole shebang around here, it's and some private people properties around us. It's there. Everything is when you see this, and when the governor unveils this thing, I think the people will say yes. I think it's about time that when people want to come to Guam, they want to come to Guam to come here, and then they can figure out what hotel they want to stay later. It's not for hotels. It's for people to come here. Let's say for example, there's close proximity of some hotels around Ipoh Park, but this thing can reach all the way down the almost 3 miles of beach down to the other hotels, where we make it easy for the tourists and our people to traverse and not only outside on the beach but in the water. We're going to try to put a water section there where, I don't know if you've ever been to Cancun, where you can go down drive down a bit from the main shore.
Sure.
And you go to this place where you sit there and on the side of the rocks and have millions of fish coming up and playing with your toes. That's the kind of stuff we're doing. We've got people that are interested to do that project because they already know how it is. It's something that's really.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was also kind of thinking maybe a similar concept would be like what the Walt Disney Corporation did with Celebration Florida when they bought all of that unused marsh, and they basically cultivated it and built that into essentially like its own city, and then they had things grow around it, and economy kind of spawned from
And,
from the
and,
center.
there's properties around here, right? And somebody can be the anchor hotel. They can say the Chief Gatto Hotel,
right?
First Class Hotel, like the Disney Hotel. Those are the things that we want public-private partnership with. We can't do it all ourselves. We don't want to do it ourselves. We want the private sector to run this thing primarily, besides, the artists and stuff like that. The design is great. I think the people would love it. And that's what we're looking for. The governor really hit this on the head, that we need to get something bigger than just come to Guam because there's a Hilton Hotel here or Dusit, all that. They're going to come here, and then they'll, secondarily, where are we going to stay?
Sure. Now, Gov, I guess I'll just ask for selfish reasons because I'm 47 years old, right? And I remember like the old school Guam. If you're putting this much work into cultural tourism, can I just ask you, can you bring back Lansan Antigo? That was one of my favorite places to go.
That's exactly, you hit it right there. Exactly. That's the key. It's the Lansan Antigo, but in a more controlled manner. That there was too many fightings in Lansan Antigo. It wasn't well put together. Although it was nice, but they're just the politics of it was not too good. But this one, we try to put something in the private sector.
Sure.
So that the government, how it is when somebody comes over and then politicians get involved.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't just like a wonderful field trip to do like when you went to Guam Public School, but it was a rite of passage. You went to Lansan Antigo and you took the glass bottom boat, and that was if you were a young student here, that you did that because that was part of your formative training as a Guamanian. And then you'd always see all of these other these tourists and these foreigners who would go there, and they would be fascinated by it as well.
You see, at 47, you remember that. At almost 81, I remember it too. So I didn't lose my memory on that one.
Well,
but you're right. I mean,
those are good memories for me.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to do something to really bring back tourism the way it started out. It started out because it was Guam, and Guam were the people, the culture, the beauty, and that's why people came here from 1970s on. And we want them to come back for that reason again. And now they have first-class hotels to stay in.
Gotcha. So it's not just like we're basically like a Honolulu light or something like that. We're actually trying to develop a brand that is distinctly, authentically Guamanian and delivers a product you can't find anywhere else.
Exactly. You got it. And I didn't explain it as well, but you found it right through. And that's what it is.
Well, easy for me to say. You're the one putting the plan together and going to have to make that pitch. So sounds like you're really obviously very optimistic about this and very confident in the plans. Would you have a timeline as far as, say the governor says, okay, sounds good, Carl, let's pull the trigger, let's make it happen. How long would it take to actually make this a real tangible product when we cut the ribbon?
Like maybe 3 years. When I did Pleasure Island, it was about 3 years because there's lands to be to be moved around, infrastructure to be put in, bigger infrastructure like for EPA, for example. And so all of those things have to be put in place. Like Matapang right now, we're trying to fix the infrastructure for about almost $18 million, right, on all the storm drains, etc. So those are the things that, and the governor, I just hope she doesn't start giving away more because we want to need some of that, those infrastructure and utilities money that we need to put in.
Sure. Well, final question, Gov, because I know you got a million things going on right now, including this very ambitious plan about like a premium cultural attraction on Guam. Is obviously any visitor to Guam is going to have to come through the airport. So do you have any thoughts on the third floor of the airport and like being complete, and how satisfied you are with that?
Well, first of all, I wasn't invited to be there, so I don't know what it looks like. I don't know what it really is going to do. I think it was because of the variant that only a few people were there to witness, and I think they tried to time it for the Korean Airlines flight to come in, which was canceled then. But I think it was trying to keep the numbers down. So I don't know. I'm going to go out and take a look now.
Okay.
But I think I know separating the domestic travelers from the international travelers had always been the biggest problem at the inception of the building that airport. And now I think we solved that problem. So that's going to be really good about movement of domestic travelers and international travelers.
Well, sorry, Gov. One final pop quiz bonus question and everything. It seems almost deja vu all over again, where every time we have you on the show, you've got these amazing, impressive plans and everything like that, and then something comes up with coronavirus or some new variant, some some setback and everything like that. How has this actually forced your leadership style, which has been very, very well documented, for generations on Guam? How has this forced you as a leader and as a strategic thinker to have to shift your approach to problem solving or to addressing things and to motivating the troops and keeping people, focused on getting the job done?
Well, first of all, realizing that I am not the top of the chain. It's trying to convince the top of the chain and listening to and reading what the governor said Saturday after our meeting. It gave me a lot of hope that maybe we are coming through with what we need to do in Guam to be able to move forward. But I felt, and Jerry and I felt, that in the interim period, we can't just sit here and wait for the tourists to come in from our source countries. We got to start planning for something else for Guam, because we listened to what's missing in Guam, and the part that's missing, and you so eloquently stated it, is the cultural part and bringing back that made Guam a great tourist attraction. And so we decided to do the second Pleasure Island thinking. And Jerry and I were there in the middle of putting Pleasure Island together with Duty Free, and he was president of Duty Free at the time. And here we are together now at GVB thinking of the next big project to put Guam on the map and have people come here because of Guam.
All right, outstanding. So former Governor Carl Gutierrez, obviously, I would say, before this interview today, I said like the document that outlined the strategy that I was most interested in reading is that forthcoming plan from the Guam Chamber of Commerce, which they said is going to come out maybe like in another month. But now with this plan of yours coming out, I'm really excited to read that one as well. I'm very, very much anticipating to seeing what you got in store for us.
Yeah.
And we've got the governor and the lieutenant governor on it, and putting together a group right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Gov.
All right. Thanks,
Thank
Gov.
you for your time, Gov.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Always a pleasure.
There you go.
Oh, wait, he didn't say it yet.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Still the one. Thank you very much.
That's it. Hey, you don't want to be saying that this year, Gov's election year. If people are going to take it the wrong way, then, All right. Thanks, Gov.
Take care, Gov.
All right. 917.
That's a big plan coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big one. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good interview, Jay, as always. 917 Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the box. We got to take a quick break, but guess what? Tomas Maglotnia is coming up right here on the link. What do you got for us this morning, Tomas?
Well, we can expect to hear from the NMI Democrat nominee for Lieutenant Governor, Layla Staffler.
This morning.
Yes,
thank you.
And also news of a deficit in the CNMI,
Wow.
And we're going to get comments on that as well.
Right. So let me get this straight. Representative Staffler is the first female lieutenant governor candidate in CNMI history.
And the first from Tinian.
So she's the first female lieutenant gubernatorial candidate in CNMI history, and also the first. Is she the first female lieutenant governor candidate from Tinian, or just the first from Tinian, period?
I think first from Tinian, period.
Wow.
So making some history.
She's also the first representative whose last name is Staffler to run as a lieutenant governor candidate. You could just go on her.
Already a historic ticket, and so we've had Palacios, Apatang, Sablanon, and so we're going to get Staffler full perspective on the upcoming election, which is just months away now.
Oh, it's so close. 9:18. We're back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Join Nestor Lecanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&E and Calvo Enterprises, Inc. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV 8 and KUAM TV 11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Let us know what's up on our KOAM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro News updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro News updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary. Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Dokumu Pacific.
To Molesu Bay, people laughing, having fun. There's room for everyone. Forget the TV, hit the road, cause we ain't done. Laddie Stones, yeah, and them coconut trees, plus the finest dang women that you'll ever meet. Here on Guam, there's a difference you see between that stateside life and that island heat. So let's go to Mumbai, where the girls pass by all day. You could see them on the sand where they lay and get toasted by the sun. There's room for everyone. Forget the TV, hit the road, cause we ain't done.
All right, welcome back to our viewers across the cinema in Guam. Right now, we are zooming in live thanks to our friends also at KSPN. Sally, thank you so much. We're tuning in to the NMI Democratic Press Conference. The party chair, Nola Hicks, was just introducing the candidates. So let's take a listen.
Yep, good morning. Welcome, everyone. This is our first press conference as a tandem. And since we made the announcement of both myself, I haven't actually had a chance to engage with all of you since, my nomination in November. And I'm so excited to be running with Leila on the Democratic ticket for governor and lieutenant governor. So welcome, and let's open up for questions.
If elected governor, you will be the first woman governor in cinema history, right? So my question is, who will be the first gentleman?
That's a great question, Bertie. I'm going to put out a request for proposals. And the requirements. Right. I'm using qualifications for these appointments. Yeah, that's a later announcement.
About for later.
As a first, well, I do have a husband. His name is Mark Staffler, and so he will be a second gentleman, I suppose. But he told me he probably won't wear a tie for me, but that's okay. Island print will work.
Candidates Sablan and Staffler, I just did want to ask you what the next few weeks look like for you. What is the road ahead? What are some of the next steps you'll be taking after this announcement? I know you're going to have your kickoff in just a few days.
That's right. The kickoff is on Wednesday. The public is invited. We'll start with the roadside waving at the Garapan Fishing Base, and the program itself will start at 4:45. So we wanted to extend the invitation today and invite everyone to come on down. And after the roadside kickoff, after the roadside waving and the kickoff event, we will be convening our committee, electing officers for the committee to elect, Christina Sablan and Layla Staffler. And then we expect to be beginning our campaign with the house-to-house visits and a lot of education about what we stand for, the platform that we'll be rolling out. So the Democratic Party does have a platform that Layla and I work very closely with our colleagues to develop and was adopted in 2020. We are in the process now of updating and expanding that platform. And we're looking forward to sharing that vision with the community and getting feedback.
And what does the Sablan Staffler ticket offer that the Palacios Apatang and Torres Sablan ticket does not offer? We're both, I would say, fresh faces in government and leadership. This ticket is historic in many ways. First time that two women are running together for the top leadership positions in office. We both bring experience, a record of championing good governance in the Commonwealth for the last 15 years together, as well as in our separate capacities. I have a planning background. Layla has 20 years of experience in public education, and the Sablan Staffler administration will put education, healthcare, and infrastructure development front and center in our platform, and then in the programs that we'll be moving out. So, did you want to add to that?
Well, I guess I just want to include that with respect to our backgrounds, we have had a lot of personal, career pathways that we've explored, but we've also done a lot of community organizing together. And part of the next steps forward that we really want to focus on are making sure that we get the input of our community on the priorities and things that we need to make sure we keep in mind going ahead, because change is a big step, and when you're managing change, it really helps get your community's buy-in because it will affect everybody, and it is something that is really exciting and making a lot of people think about the possibilities of what could be for our Commonwealth. I mean, good governance is something that Ms. Tina Sablan, has always championed. It's the reason why I have always followed her career. It's the reason why I even decided to take this step towards public service. I mean, I've been in education. Education is a stable, it's a stable place to work, but I see that I would like to help my community in other ways. And so that's part of why I decided to follow Tina in this area. It's really important that we have leaders who are willing to step out. And so here we are.
And if I could just ask last question before passing it on, have lots of questions for you both, but did want to ask, you both voted yes for the impeachment of Governor Ralph Torres. There are some say that, it's so division that we're more polarized than ever. The governor himself said that it was driven partially by hatred. What's your message heading into this election as both as part of a historic ticket, but also in a time where it is an impeachment did happen that you voted for? What is your message to the community and those who say that it's so division?
Well, I'd say that what we're offering is a positive vision of the path forward. We, in terms of our roles as legislators and in reviewing the documents, reviewing the evidence, listening to the testimonies that came out during the JGO investigations, we were doing our jobs. And these are jobs that Layla and I take very seriously, as do our colleagues. We looked at the facts. We listened to the testimonies of witnesses and oaths, and I would note it was really a bipartisan vote. I mean, it was Democrats, Independents, and Republicans that eventually, over the course of this investigation, the last 2 years, came to the conclusion that Governor Torres's conduct rose to the level of impeachment. And so now that vote has been, it's done. It's the trial now sits with the Senate, and Layla and I are ready to move forward with presenting our vision of what government could and should be like. So we talk about good governance. What does that mean? It means fairness, it means honesty, it means fiscal responsibility. It means, in a lot of ways, like everything that we learned in these last 2 years during the JJO investigation, but also even before that with the special committee, we were looking at all kinds of examples of how not to run a government, how not to take care of public funds, and also, how not to take care of the people who work in government. And so we are presenting a much different and more positive vision of what leadership in government should be. And what I'd like to add to that is, we've talked a lot about ending this culture of political intimidation in government. Leila is a champion of the Whistleblower Protection Act. I'm a co-sponsor along with other colleagues in the House, and in a lot of ways that is a response to the culture that we see now and that we hear about all the time from government employees who are afraid to speak out, afraid to just exercise their First Amendment rights because retaliation is real, and that needs to stop. That is happening in this administration right now, and it needs to stop.
Yes, the whistleblower protection bill is really important to me, just knowing so many different people that have come out to me, friends, people I never even met, who wanted to share their experience of political intimidation or being transferred to a lower position, or just doing something that just seems so illogical. Because if you're performing your job and you're doing what you're supposed to do, which is providing the services to our people or protecting our community coffers, or that type of work, and they're being penalized for doing the right thing. For us, as much as it's contrary to the way people believe politics is, it's actually possible to run a government that is focused on being transparent, on being open, and making sure that services that people get are the best services they can. Because if people are not afraid to do their jobs and focus on what they have to focus, we can do so much. And so the whistleblower protection bill is something that we will continue to pursue. It's in committee right now, and we hope to get it to the Senate so that we can continue to try and give our people these assurances that the way that we will operate are the principles that we stand by, and the whistleblower protection is a huge piece of that. And so I hope that if you haven't read it, it is online on the website on cnmileg.net. It's in the House section. Please check it out.
And we can send copies if you need.
Yes. I have a question for Ms. Staffler. So, some may say that you are still very new to politics. This is your first term in the House of Representatives. You've had a career in education, and you're running for lieutenant governor. What is your response to those who may say that you're still very new to the system?
That is true. I may be new to this system, but one thing that I can tell you is that I have a lot of experience with systems. I feel like systems are my passion. One of the things that I've always been really good at is getting people to work together to a common goal. And I believe one of the main reasons that I wanted to do this work is that I felt our government could do better at collaborating with each other to provide the services that, the common goal of providing services to our people. And I feel with the right leadership, it always comes from the top. Your culture, your work culture, your school culture, it comes from the top. And how you operate, the principles that you believe in, the principles that guide you are the things that will change the way an operation or system works. The things that we believe in, the principles that guide us, are good governance principles. These are things that can change systems, the culture of systems. It's never easy. That's another thing that I bring to the table. I've had extensive training in helping people manage change. First order change is easy to deal with. Second order change, you need supports. And so with the steps ahead that we'll be making, we will always keep that in mind, because although people want change, we also need to make sure that the change that comes is something that has community buy-in, that people can see the vision of and have that common goal. And so although I might not have as much experience in those halls, I've had a lot of experience in other halls. And all of that is dealing with people, relationships, how you communicate, how you treat people, how you bring ideas that represent all. And so I don't think you need years and years of experience in a certain system. If you have experience in multiple systems, you can use them anywhere.
You know, speaking of change and culture, we've seen women, you know, become leaders in other nations. But here in the Sinamay, you know, we're still intact with our culture. And I guess it's safe to say that we're used to men leading the way. Now, this is very historic. We have 2 women running for, you know, the top positions and to lead the island. But what would, you know, like, I guess, what would be your message to those who won't take this, you know, this appearance as women leading?
Yes, yes, there's some second order.
You know, because the culture, we're very used to men leading the way.
Well, I guess I'd like to, you know, counter that with our original culture was a matrilineal culture. And so women had leadership and always have had leadership in the home. And when, you know, people think about leading the home, that's so many different systems also. And so I think that times have changed. You know, we are in a very different society, although our original cultures actually did celebrate women leadership. And so I think that maybe it's Western cultures that have maybe integrated, that have changed what was originally. So that's my thought.
Yeah, and I would say too that, you know, like history has also shown that when women here, and in other places, but just talking about the CNMI, when women here do run for office, they are very electable. And when we had more women running for seats in the legislature than ever before last year, a lot of those women were elected and are now sitting in the House and the Senate. We've got Senator Edith now in the House and the Senate. And so, you know, I think what is key is encouraging women to run, because, you know, what I can tell you is that the feedback that we've both gotten ever since my announcement came out and then Leila's as the Lieutenant Governor has been overwhelmingly positive from women and men and children and elderly. And so I think, like, I've been so appreciative of how embracing our community has been. And so I think the key is putting that option on the ballot, right? I mean, you never really know if a community is ready for change until the choice is actually given to them to make. And I think people are. I think people are ready to see women in the top leadership positions of government.
Awesome. Hillary, this weekend said you both possess the character and moral compass to lead. Are there questions of immorality and questionable character in your lives or in your past that you'd like to address right out the gate?
I really can't think of anything.
Yeah, that's a very direct question. I mean, I would say that no one is perfect, and what certain people might interpret and their perception as, you know, there's a lot of different interpretations on moral character. But I would say that as a person, both people who have often focused on serving our communities, that's usually the type of character that we've often, you know, presented. I would say that as a school leader, one of the things I would always talk about is character counts. You know, how you treat people, the mutual respect that you give, the caring and showing kindness, and just all of those different leadership qualities are what we bring to the table. And so as far as moral character, I mean, like, I can't think of anything that would come to mind except, you know, people have different interpretations.
I know what's always been really important to Leila and me. You know, we've known each other for like 15 years, and actually first got to know each other while working on a good governance campaign, right, to reapply the Open Government Act to the legislature, to do all these public forums in the community, and I know that what's important for both of us is being able and committed to doing the right thing even when no one is. And I've heard her say it, it's very near and dear to my heart, and that is how we will be this.
Are there issues of morality and character you believe the other teams should address?
I think that is up to the other teams to address.
Are there any values or tenets of the Republican Party you value and will bring with you to the governor's office if elected?
I do want to say that what is often billed as a Republican tenet, I guess, is actually, I don't see it as Republican. I don't even see it necessarily as Democrat. But what is important to both of us is fiscal responsibility.
I was like, she's gonna say that.
And Layla and I are both very, very conscientious of how we spend public funds. I think that principle has been distorted and corrupted with the current administration. Just being very, very candid about that. But it's been most typically characterized as a Republican principle. But I see it as Democrat, bipartisan, nonpartisan, whatever. Fiscal responsibility is important to all of us, and it's important to Layla.
Yes. What will you do to rid the Commonwealth of corruption? Please be specific.
May I start?
Yes, please.
I guess for me, the whistleblower protection says a lot to how we can combat corruption. And that is a bill that would become law that would protect people. So if it happened to them, they could have a place for recourse, like how to protect themselves. But I feel that with administration, with us at the helm, people wouldn't even have to. I mean, I would hope that they wouldn't be reporting, and if they were reporting, we would address those issues directly. Because if our leadership or people in the government that work under our administration are doing those types of things, those are that we would tolerate and would address resources way, because that's one way of rooting out corruption is following the policies and rules that guide you fairly across the board, so that any hiring practices have equal opportunity, where any disciplinary practices are equal. Also, if you are not performing, then you should have something to talk about. But if you are performing, then you shouldn't be penalized. And so I guess for me, that is how I envision rooting out corruption, combating corruption in the actions that personally.
Yeah, no, I agree completely. And I think so much is set at the top of leadership, right, in terms of the tone of government. And corruption also happens in different forms, right? And it could be something as common, sadly, as the governor picking up the phone and telling somebody in law enforcement, one of the regulatory agencies, hey, can you not enforce this law and give this guy a break? That is corruption, right? And I can tell you right here, right now, Governor Sablan and Lieutenant Governor Stafford will never do that. We will never tell a law enforcement agency not to enforce the law. We will never tell any government employee not to do their jobs. And moreover, there will not be retaliation or political intimidation for people who do, for people who want to do the right thing, people who want to report any unethical or illegal activities that they see. I mean, if anything, that should be encouraged so that we can deal with those problems.
Nice. So how are you going to spend the remainder of the federal funds come January 2023 if you're elected?
I think our very first step will be to lay out all our financial books and see what's left. I mean, quite frankly, I am very concerned about the fiscal condition of our government right now. Getting a clear picture of what that looks like has been enormously difficult. We're still trying to get the Secretary of Finance in to provide a report of not just all the federal funds, but all the CMI funds, because we're about shortfalls and I think that will be, day one, our first step will be to get just the lay of the land and see really what's left. And the $500 million is a lot of money. There could be more coming in through bills that does end up passing Congress and getting signed during our term in office. So as I said earlier, building up our educational institutions, building up our healthcare system, and then our infrastructure. I mean, it's 21st century, 2022, and the people of the CNMI still don't have 24-hour drinkable water from the tap. And something as basic as that, right? Infrastructure, our safe streets on all our islands, wastewater systems on all our islands, a sanitary solid waste management program for all our islands. That actually would be possible with the windfall of money that we're seeing now, which is unprecedented and which we will probably never see again, right? And so the urgency of using those funds wisely and planning for the future, not just for next year or 4 years from now, you know, when it's election time again, is so.
Okay, I have one more. Who's in you guys' campaign management team?
We have a number of people. There's like a core committee, and we're actually gathering, getting everybody together first time for the right after. And so we'll be electing a chair, and
May I add to that? Like, if you're interested in joining the cause, please reach out to us in social media or any way form that you can, whether it's in email or, you know, Instagram or Facebook, whichever one you use. But we'd love to encourage more people to come out and join. And we do understand, because of the political retaliation out there, people might be afraid. And so if you would like to participate in a different way, you know, we're looking to engage with as many people as possible. We want to have anyone who's really excited about this to help in any way. Please reach out. We'd love to have your support.
And representatives, I just did have 2 questions for you on that note. I did want to ask about your approach to fundraising and transparency. Are there particular parameters that you're going to set in place? Are you going to be reporting who your donors are? And again, asking this question based on your concerns that you've expressed with your opponents.
Right. Yes, we will be. I mean, we're actually, all candidates are required to report their campaign contributions. But I think what has set some of us apart, and what I'm committed to doing, is reporting our contributions, the donations that we receive before election time. Because right now, and this is something that actually we talked about changing in the law, is right now candidates only have to report after election. And we think it's really important, for the sake of transparency, for everybody to know, you know, who all your major donors are, right? And I challenge the other teams to do the same.
I believe our chairwoman Nola is also sharing that we are required as a Democratic Party to follow the FEC guidelines with respect to donations and all of that. And so the transparency has, you know, if we're following the internal controls that are provided by the systems that exist, then we are doing exactly what we're supposed to do.
Yeah, I will say that we will be doing a lot of sort of grassroots fundraising.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and this is the party of the people, and, you know, even small donations, $5, $20, people who just want to join the cause, that made such a difference in you know, in the Obama campaign and Bernie Sanders campaign, and you know, and so we welcome the smaller donations too. Like every little bit will help.
And I did also want to ask about a response to that the Anime Democratic Party put out in response to a photo of Democrats on Rota endorsing Palacios Apatang. I know we received a response from the president, from the chair herself, saying that the Democratic Party of the NMI did not approve nor release any photos, press releases, banners, basically saying it was not, you know, officially the stance of the Democratic Party. But I just wanted to get your response to that. That there are some Democrats perhaps who might not be supporting you based on these photos and information we've received. What's your message to them and your response?
Yeah, I mean, there's no hard feelings. I actually did reach out to some of the folks who were at that gathering and were in the photo, and you know, we remained friends. We all knew that it was likely that for some of our Democrats on Rota, that because of the very close family ties that they may have with the other teams, that may affect their political choices, and we respect that. That's probably not just going to be true for Rota, but for the other islands. And you know, and by the same token, you know, we will have Republican and independent family members who will, you know, probably align with us for similar reasons. You know, and you know, people's political choices are their own for whatever their motivations might be. There are still plenty of Democrats on Rota that will support us, and you know, and we'll just keep campaigning and working hard to earn the votes and the confidence of our people.
I'd like to add that that's one of the things that is different about us as well, is We want to embrace all voters, whether you choose us or not, just vote. Your voice matters. Every voice matters. So, exercising your First Amendment rights through your voting ballot is the most important thing that you can do. And so if you've never voted before, we encourage you to register and make your choice. Look at the choices that you have and go with your heart. Go with who you think will be the best choice for our community, for our islands. We've met several people on our house-to-house visits that we've done just in the short little bit of time that we've had so far. And we've met several people who have shared that they will be registering for the first time ever in their lives. And so they're excited because they have a choice they want to vote for the first time. And so I'm excited to have encouraged that already in a few people. And so through you, I'd like to ask for more people. Maybe you've never voted. Maybe this is your year. So please register. If you need help, let us know.
And just one last question before we have to sign off here on our end. But one thing that has yet to be mentioned too is that you are actually the first person from Tinian to run for lieutenant governor. We were just speaking about constituents on Rhoda. How important is Tinian in this election, and how do you plan at all on maybe having Tinian be more pronounced in your campaign and constituents outside of Saipan?
Well, I think all people on all of our islands are important. I am a daughter of the Marianas, and I'm a daughter of Tinian. My first place that I went when I knew that this was happening was to go to talk to the Pilung and Saina of my families on Tinian. So I went there first with my announcement to share with my most reverend family members so that they knew and wouldn't be blindsided by the news. I know I did not get to everyone, but my mom helped me. I'm so grateful. Because, sorry, it's very important. Respect in our culture is very important. And I just wanted to know that my family was aware, because when you're called to serve, you must meet that call. And I know that there are many family members that I still have yet to reach out to, and please know that we are coming. House to House is high up on our list of what we will be doing next. And so I know that there are many other family members to hit, and just community. It's everyone that we can try and reach out to share this vision. So Tinian is a big part of that. Rhoda is a huge part of that. We will be doing House to House on all 3 islands. We have several months to get there, but we have a plan. And we will be reaching out. And so I want to just thank you for sharing that fun fact. It is something that the Tinian people are very proud of. I know that there is a lot of amazing people that come from Tinian and come from Rhoda and represent the island of Saipan. I mean, we as a Marianas people are very talented and creative and worldly. And so we're just going to try and lift everyone up through the type of work that we do. That's our goal.
Amen. We actually just came from Tinian. We were just there yesterday, and we're planning to go to Rhoda next week. And we're really hitting the ground running, and we will be, as Taylor said, on all 3 islands.
Yeah, we have to organize.
My next question is actually Leila or Johnson. This one, I guess the last. The public perceive us both strong women. My question is, what things that make you cry?
Family is strong. It's important that I know that in this new election, I feel like I know that there's a lot of relationships that friends, family. We're all deeply connected as people. And the one thing that every message that I got, especially from the elders, was focus on the issues, focus on what we're going to do. Let's try and keep this as positive and not mudslinging as possible, because what really matters is what we're going to perform at the end. And so that makes me emotional, because it's such an important part of these next steps that really.
And I would say also that this is this kind of you're being willing to put yourself.
All right, and then again, live coverage there, Tomas Manglotnia, CNMI correspondent of a Democratic Party press conference with their 2 nominees for governor and lieutenant governor.
Yes, that's right. So we just heard for the first time those 2 candidates speak to us and other island media across Saipan, talking about their vision for talking about their vision not just for Saipan but for Saipan, Tinian, Rota, the entire Northern Mariana Islands. We were just expecting to interview Rep. Layla Staffler today, but we got the chance to see them both and them address really some of the pressing issues. They touched all of the ground and we'll continue to bring more of that coverage as more news out of the CNMI occurs.
Thank you, Tomas. I did see Rep. Layla getting a little bit emotional there, but I kind of missed it. What was that about?
Everyone was talking about how historic the ticket is because there are two female candidates.
Right.
One of the facts that was left to be mentioned until I asked about it was that she's the first candidate for lieutenant governor from Tinian.
Wow.
And so she was saying that she got emotional because one of the first places she went, she said, was to Tinian to ask permission from her family, and that's where she got misty-eyed and choked up about the process because it has been a tumultuous year. I don't think you get an impeachment during an election year every year. So
I don't think so.
So it is a different climate that they're doing this in. And again, it's a 3-team race now. You have the Republicans, Governor Torres, of course, with Senator Vinny Sablan. You have independent Republicans, Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios with Saipan Mayor David Apatang. And then you have these Democratic women who are going to take charge in their party.
I like how they addressed the experience that they do have, right? In contrast with the other candidate.
Right, and some, it was asked there by our colleague at KSPN2, Sally, who asked Layla about her non-traditional experience, but, she turned that around and said 20 years as an educator is valuable experience in her view, and that's something she'll bring to the table in what she was talking about, change or order of change. And interesting too to see the response to the factions growing within the Democratic Party, given that Democrats on Rota are going to, some of them at least, are going to be supporting the independent ticket. And it'll be interesting because a lot of people wondering if this is going to end up in a runoff. And
what does it take to?
I believe the rule is if no one gets 50% plus one, and it's looking. And so they're gonna. It's looking like we're gonna end
in a
up
three-way race, right? Yeah.
Unless overwhelmingly someone does secure that.
Wow. Juicy, and it's just getting started. It's only January, guys, and then we also are having an election here. I don't know if you heard, but there's an election here on Guam.
Also speaking of not just regional but international elections, like our Nestor Lecanto has been in the Philippines for several months now, and he'll be covering the Philippine election. He was actually telling me, I didn't realize this because there are several gubernatorial or presidential candidates out there. They have a true whoever has the most votes wins format.
And I never understood the
in
saying.
The Philippines?
It's not an electorate.
Every election is the election that matters,
oh,
right?
Yeah.
But it seems that now even more than ever, because of the pandemic, because of again just this really this war chest that governors and different people have because of the federal funding.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really a race to see
Tomas,
who has who gets to determine where that money goes.
Right, and people are saying now. I mean, if you just put your ear to the Papulu vine, what they're saying is that Governor Liu is unbeatable because she, exactly what you said, she has this war chest of, and it's not intended to fund your reelection. It is what it is. But she has that war chest that her opponents clearly will not be able to match in any way, shape, or form.
So are you anticipating?
I'm just saying for Governor Torres, is there that same talk?
Oh, for sure. I mean, his media team has grown from 1 to 8. Now he has his own kind of press pool. Again, I'm not alleging that he's using it for re-election, but there are campaigns that are starting through the media team that you just wouldn't have seen before if the money was not available.
Well,
so
it's election, yeah.
Right, and so I mean, every message is political.
I mean, and everything that happens in an election year will be looked at under the microscope, right? And we're doing it here.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully, right?
We'll do it.
Hopefully we'll be able to get close enough to look under the microscope and not have to use our telescope.
Right. I mean, tonight we'll have it on primetime, but the fiscal year report came out for the CNMI. They touched on it a bit, but with all of this happening and the deficit continuing, it's we're always left with more questions.
Yeah,
so.
Definitely. 10:04. Well, good thing it's our job to ask them, Tomas. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go, Tomas Manglotnia. Jay, good job today.
All right.
Let's go ahead and close with Cover Me. Can we close with Cover Me? It's brought to you by Burger King. Jay, you know what today is, right? Let me give you a little hint. Drive-through, Whoppers, free.
You had me at all of those.
Burger King. It's Drive-Through Mondays, my friend.
Drive-through Mondays.
So every 10th car gets a free Whopper. They should do that up at Tijan. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Every 10th car, you get to move ahead to the front of the line. So 10th car, Burger King drive-through guys, get a Whopper. Go with 9 of your friends. Just make it a Burger King Monday, right? That sounds good, man, a Whopper.
So we're going to get like 9 people to line up in front of us.
Do we even have 9 people here? All right. It's brought to you by Burger King and Docomo Pacific. Again, it is Cover Me this morning. You're getting Hunley. With this morning's Cover Me. It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. For Joe, Sir, Jason, Tomas, and Sabrina Salas Matanani, my name's Chris. This has been another episode of The Link. Hasta. Adios.
See you tomorrow.
That's my Mariana. Sunbeat on the hot sand. Follow me, become family. Just as long as you can take my hand. Nothing in this world can never measure to the tropical treasure. Just take a seat, guarantee you will see what these islands mean to me. Even when I'm far away, I know you're never gonna leave my side. Forever feel your warm embrace. I know I'll find a home in you tonight. My island love. That's my Marianas. My island love. That's my Mariana. Look in your eyes and what do you see? Her mesmerizing beauty is so naturally something I just can't ignore. When I step up on the shores, the feeling that she gives me leaves me wanting more and more. And no matter where I go, she leaves an imprint on my heart and soul, my heart and soul. Toddlers, Deuce and Hagu, I'm nothing without you. This feeling is so true, and this I know. Even when I'm far away, I know you're never gonna leave my side. Forever feel your warm embrace. I know I'll find a home in you tonight. My island love. That's my Marianas. My island love. That's my Mariana. These islands are my home, yes, what a blessing. Itanui, Isla Marianas, I sing. Nuta Saipan, Tinian, Gopunitu country. Down to Guahan, Metamoro, people stand up with me. Yeah. And when I'm feeling down and blue, I just gotta close my eyes, yeah. Envision the way you make me feel when I wake up to your sunrise, yeah. Across the sea, my island love forever remain. Even when I'm far away, I know you're never gonna leave my side. Forever feel your warm embrace. I know I'll find a home in you tonight. My island love. That's my Marianas. My island love. That's my Marianas.